needs no introduction. However, let me tell you a little bit about him. His pioneering effort in the field of technology, quality, legal, and compliance in fintech has acclaimed a lot of rewards to him. He has established and sustained strong engineering first culture and quality first culture in organizations he served and enabled global delivery scale. He is a globally recognized authority in change management, quality management, and compliance in the BFSI sector. His immense contribution as a corporate leader, serving in various roles across multiple organizations, and he is currently serving as Managing Director, Global Head of Enterprise Quality Engineering at BNY Mellon. With a round of applause, please join me in welcoming our next keynote speaker, Sri Atluri, MD, Global Head of Enterprise Quality Engineering, BNY Mellon. And trust me, you are really going to like this keynote address, because what he is sharing with you is something that he has experienced, and he talks about the success mantra.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for listening in. And it's an opportunity to be here. And this topic, I just thought about it when I was asked to speak about a topic that actually would be useful for everyone. But the success mantra, actually all of you are successful. Probably you may not need this, but probably I will learn. And I'm learning from all of you, talking to you for the last couple of days. And what I'll cover, success is not a destination, it's a journey. And if you really see, there are certain attributes, there are certain habits, like rituals, that one ought to follow in order to be successful. There's no magic. If you really see the way the world works, it all starts with the way you speak, and the way you respect others, the way you learn. And all these things that you learn from your parents, from your neighbors, from your teachers, from your elders, all these things are foundation. If your foundation is stronger, you can build anything on top of it. If your foundation is not stronger, anything that you build is not going to last long. And if you really see successful people, it's a mindset more than anything else. If you believe in doing something, that you have a plan in place, and you really have that killer instinct to get to that destination, you will get there, no matter what. But when you really want to get to that destination, the rituals that I'm talking about are not a one-time activity. You need to practice it. And when you see some of the successful people who could be wealthier, highly, I would say, respected in the society, they are where they are not by accident. And the way they get to the levels is by their perseverance. And also, you need to have patience. And if you think you need to be an overnight success, it's not going to happen. You need to really believe in yourself. You need to learn. Learning is a lifelong journey. And if you stop learning, you stop growing. The growth is not just a promotion or just the money that you're making. The growth is how much better you are from yesterday. And you are your own bar. And again, building your brand value. Brand is not only for products, but for people. If you build your brand, you will actually be seen as that. And you are elevating that brand. And that brand is something that you are not accumulating or adopting overnight. You are enriching that and growing. And again, if you say what you say and do what you say all the time, if you say you will do, you have to do it, no matter what. That's where you build the trust. If you do not have the trust-based relationship, no one will trust you. And these are things that I'm just sharing what I do. It's not from any book or not from any of the things that I read, I practice. And there is a book that I'll actually cover, very interesting book, called Kiss Your Butt Goodbye. You can actually Google it and you can actually read it. It's actually written by one of my colleagues at JP Morgan Chase. And Kiss Your Butt Goodbye is actually, I'm going to give you a gist of what it is that is written in that book. I'll encapsulate everything in 2 or 3 statements. You don't need to read a book if you can understand in 2 statements. Basically, we all are actually building our brand I was talking about. Say, for example, Santosh is here, and we'll say, Santosh is a great technologist, but he's not trustworthy. And we'll say, Ram is a great entrepreneur, but he doesn't show up on time. In those 2 statements, anything before but is forgotten. And after but is what people think of them. And we all have buts, a lot of them. And you can manage working on those buts, but the way you need to manage removing those buts is to believe in truth tellers. First of all, you need to be ridiculously truthful to yourself. You need to really understand exactly how many buts you have. If there is feedback given, take it and work on it and remove those buts. And you will all be successful. And I wish you good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri. I think success mantra is something that everybody wants, and what a perfect way to say that. Foundation is everything. Thank you so much. May I request Tarun Gulati to please come up on stage. I know we are making you walk around a lot, but could you please come up on stage and give a thank you memento to Shri Atluri.
Next and last presenter of the session, Dr. Vishal Rao Garu. To be frank, when I was reading this profile, I was like, wow. So let's hear from him. He's currently the Regional Director, Head Neck Surgical Oncology, Robotic Surgery and Associate Dean for Center of Academic Research at Healthcare Global. He's a TEDx speaker. Good part that we should all know is he invented something called OM voice processes. What it does is it's a low-cost speaking device. It helps throat cancer patients to speak. So this is the innovation which got recognition across BBC, Harvard Business Reviews, Forbes, everywhere doctor's name was there. So he has like 18 patents. So generally I'm like, I always used to feel like I have a couple of patents. I used to feel like, oh man, I'm doing good. But after reading doctor's profile, I'm like, oh man, lot to do more. So with 18 patents, today he's going to speak on special topic, possibility to actuality. How to create disruptive innovation environment in India. So that's what he is going to speak. Vishal Rao Garu, please welcome on this.
I'll have a handle mic. Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm the last person standing between you all and the lunch. I'm going to be quick and as relevant as possible. Are we able to showcase the slides? Yeah, but I can't see the slide. I can see myself now. Can you project the slides, please? Yeah, actually when Jagaru sir told me to speak about something, I chose a rather abstract topic of possibility to actuality, because I thought that was the journey that connected with me, and that was the journey that is the story of the Startup Fest. So without much ado, I'm just going to flip through these. I represent HCG Cancer Center, which is our chain of cancer centers. The MAC into PPT, so I'm going to face some problems here now. So I want to start with this. I think this is the birthplace of M. Vishwesvaraya, Sir M. Vishwesvaraya, and I think this lecture is just a tribute to that great man who actually hails from this land. One of the greatest regarded engineers from India who came from Mudanehalli, lived for 100 years. So I give this lecture as a tribute to this great man and very much inspired by him. So what a beautiful place to have this. And COVID weighs about 0.85 attograms. Just a few grams of this particular virus closed the world for a few years. That's all it did, just a few grams of this virus. Now, you know, Winston Churchill, when he was talking about Russia, told something very relevant. He said, it's a riddle wrapped in a mystery within an enigma, but perhaps there is a key. So that's how innovations are. So COVID actually is I'm talking specifically on COVID because I think COVID has accelerated the entire ecosystem of innovation into a completely new dimension. So I always say that life after COVID is BC is before COVID and AD is after disease. So you are living in the AD era, and the AD era is going to be a very disruptive new ecosystem, very, very thought-provoking in many ways. And you look at World War C, I mean this World War that we fought, we did not fight it with soldiers, we fought it with doctors. We did not fight it with weapons, we fought it with soaps. We didn't fight it in close encounters, we fought it with social distancing. And I say that we did not lose the loss of sense of smell, we also lost common sense. How many of you all remember the wave 1? And can you tell me and think and imagine what all you all did in wave 1? So, correct? So I think wave 1 was about losing common sense. You know, we've lost it multiple times. Governments lost it, WHO lost it, ICMR lost it. I think just name anybody, they've lost it. So I had some very interesting interactions at that time, and I am remembering this very beautiful interaction with Dr. Robert Gallo. When I was studying, I used to read his books. He was one of the people who discovered the HIV virus, and I had one random evening my secretary tell me you're going to have a call with him. So there was Constantine, the US FDA head for vaccines, Gallo, and we were actually talking on disruption. I never had a chance to actually think that I'll meet him online, and it was such a fruitful discussion, and I want to tell you all what we spoke. Something very relevant. So he had a thought, and when we were discussing, he was telling me, what do you think we envision? And I said, sir, after COVID, world over, we should go and say that infrastructure, defense and health should be considered at the same level. Please don't think health is some small subject at that corner and that somebody else needs to do it. Defense, infra and health have to be taken at the same platform. So, you know, if you just generally look at health today, translational research from bench to bedside takes 17 years to come out, a product. 17 years. So I'm not going to explain this boring slides, but basic science, animal experiments, phase 1, phase 2. So by the time you come to the market, it's 17 years. Now, what COVID did was, COVID created a hyperloop of research and innovations to actually create these vaccines. Now think of it, what would have taken 17 years took actually just 17 months. You know, there was a joke going around that chimpanzees are waiting for the vaccine because human trials are going on. It went to that extent of acceleration, you know. I mean, it's another game altogether. It's historic that what happened. So now, we are in an era of looking at understanding bedside to bench innovations, and I think that's where we'll need more and more of innovators, doctorpreneurs coming out. Sadhguru's college, I believe, will be one of the epicenters of such innovations for rural and I'm attracted towards this very beautiful report of Transforming Beyond the Crisis with Head, Heart and Hands by BCG. A very beautiful report. Please get a hang of it. Read it. Very thought-provoking. So one of the most important messages in this was that this will be a people-centric transformation agenda, which will be a key differentiator, not just recovery but also post-COVID. And we are seeing that happen today. So we call this the awe era. One of the talks in US where I actually spoke about this, that the post-COVID era will be conscious capitalism, wealth creation with value creation, and ambition with purpose. And these three are going to be the harbingers of the post-COVID era. And I couldn't better reiterate this platform and the platform that I'm standing, the stage that I'm standing in, that we're actually talking the same thing which Sadhguru kept repeating, saying value with wealth, ambition with purpose, and conscious capitalism. Your capitalism approach cannot be vulture capitalism. It has to be venture capital. It has to be conscious capital. So I'm just going to sum up a little quick ideas on. We do a lot of design thinking areas where we say, how do you find the problem? How do you get rid of it? And in this process, how do you create possibility to actuality? And that's how you create what I say is a possibilitarian. And I think that we've got a lot of this, we've got a whole lot of bunch of us here who are all possibilitarians because they've converted somewhere a possibility to an actuality. So I'm going to share very quickly some of the lessons I learned in my life. I just want to ask the audience, the most interesting part about learning lessons from life, and it's different from classroom. What could be the key difference? What's the difference between them? Experience, So, the key thing is that you get the exam first and then you get to learn the lesson. Whereas, unfortunately, in classrooms, you get the lessons first and then you write an exam. But life lessons, and that's where startup journeys lessons are going to be very, very pivotal in their failures. And I keep saying this, that it's not enough to just highlight their successes. It's important to document, understand, and dissect their failures also. So I think our responsibility, as Sadhguru rightly said, is not just to look at what we can do immediately, but also to dimly look into the future. So I'm just going to give three principles that I followed on disruptions, and I think these are very relevant. One is, how do you find the right problem? I think world over today, this is not an easy task, and I'm going to give you this little anecdote. So there was this marketing head of an Arab country who had come, and he was taking over cola marketing, and he had to come up with some disruptive plan. So he used some AI solutions, and in that he came up with this thing that the best way to do it is to overcome the language barrier. So he came up with this very cool pictorial. A man lying dead tired in the desert has a cola, starts to run. He said, simple, let's make it clear. And he was sitting in a pub with his friend in Dubai, and he was talking to him about how he's going to disrupt this whole ecosystem, and they both were kind of very elated about the idea. Time went by. 3 months later, he met him again. This time, this man looked distraught, depressed. So he asked him, I thought you must be the CEO of the company right now. He said, no, they threw me out of the company. He said, what happened? He said, no, the campaign boomerang. He said, but that was a lovely campaign. He said, no, I forgot to understand that Arabs read from right to left. So a lot of the times it happens with us that we are defining the problem wrongly because we think the problem is this way. And that's what I see in healthcare. I see people come up with this idea which is looking at the wrong way of looking at it. The second, I always say, when you look at something, like when Steve Jobs saw the Apple, he gave me a Mac computer that is not compatible today. And when Newton saw the apple, he saw the laws of gravity. So everyone sees something in a different way. So just because something is being seen doesn't mean that it can't be redone. An old idea, a new technology can give you a completely new solution. And lastly, I think I'm sitting at a spiritual center, so I always believe in this, that the answer appears when the question is ready and complete. It's like your master appears when the disciple is ready. I think Sadhguru is one such example for it. So I'm just going to close with one example of my innovation. Somebody asked me this question in one of the first year medical students program, and he said, how do I get a brilliant idea? I said, a good question. I said, if you hold on to one patient's problem all your life, you'll be flooded with ideas. So I said, just work on one single patient's problem. It has a soul to it. I hear people come and tell me that there's a great market for AI. I want to do something in AI. So I keep telling them, look, your problem has gone wrong first only. It's like the Arab story. I said, don't do this. I said, don't go to the market. I said, go and search an individual soul's problem. If you think it's deep enough, expand it to masses. Masses will become markets. Do not sit and say that I have a market and I'm going to come and make some solution for it, which is where a lot of companies are failing in innovations. So I had a problem, and the problem was throat cancer patients who lost their voice boxes, couldn't speak. And there are only two machines in this world, both out of the range of, one is Europe, one is US, both out of the range of affordability. So I had a very simple thing, which is what Swami had told me, that speech is a right, not a privilege. It means that left side has money and right side doesn't have money. It doesn't mean that I don't give. This side only gets to speak, that side, sorry, it's like Arnab's show, you're on mute, you know. So I always believed that we should, you know, have speech and communication as a birthright. So that's where I innovated, looking at this problem of the cost implication, and I thought there was a need to invent another voice machine. So that's how I invented Om voice prosthesis. I've called it Om because the first patient who spoke actually said Om Manjunatha. So it was spontaneous that I just decided, let's call it Om, because Om is the primordial sound, you know. And the man spoke. This was a security guard who had lost his job because he had lost his voice. So I was looking at how do I get his job back. So my first invention was useful, and this is another bank manager. Can you have the audio? Is it possible to play the audio? So what my machine does is it converts the food pipe into a voice box. It just fits into a food pipe, and it's a complex story. I won't have much time to explain that, but what it does is, if you watch the Three Idiots movie and say all is well, so the brain is the one that needs to be cheated. So what it does is, when the food pipe is absent, when the voice box is absent, the food pipe can convert itself into a voice box. Are we able to get the volume? No, I don't think they'll be able to. Can you increase it? So this is what happens when you use a Mac system. So I'm always paranoid about this Mac system being there for presentations. I carry with me a bag of wires and yet it fails, you know. It's okay, I can change the slide. Otherwise I'll be running out of time. Is it possible? I just wanted to show you all one video of. So maybe I think later, if at all, if they're able to adjust it. So this is again, I'm just going to skip this video, but this is a video that was done and gifted to me by BBC when we did this invention. Today we have about more than close to 2,000 patients speaking with it. Some who haven't spoken for 10 years, 15 years, who are again speaking with it. And I think it's just left a deep mark on the lives of people. Today, looking at all of these patients, I feel it's the most beautiful gift that I could have gifted of innovation, and it's now a patent granted, US patent granted device. So today there are 3 devices in this world, Europe, US and India. And I feel happy because both of them contacted me and said, look, don't disturb us like this, you know, you're going to disrupt the whole ecosystem. But I said, look, let's work together and see how we can reach out to the full world. We have 144 countries to cover, you are only covering 30 countries. So I think I'm just going to skip through some of these. So now we run an initiative called Gift a Voice. We're actually trying to create a global chain to help connect people with voices. We've won various awards. My team is out there. I would like to thank Madhukar, Saujanya, Vishwas, all of them. Shambhavi is also there for all the efforts they have done. You know, I keep telling that I hire people better than me so that I can take the credit, and that's the way I've been. So I'm being. So this was at Davos recently. The Prime Minister's office decided to choose this as one of the products to be showcased at Davos. So we are lucky enough to have among the 4 healthcare products that was showcased in Davos as a part of inspiration to talk to the world about innovations. And I think that leaves me with the first lesson that I learned, that we are not constrained with the discipline of rigor, but by the limits of our purpose to make a difference, which is defined by our imagination. We all work very hard. It's the question of taking your imagination to another level, and that opens up for ambition to purpose and how to fail successfully. So I think I'm going to close with this. Sorry, this is a lot of extra slides that popped up. But I'm going to flip this to only one point on when do you do research, invention, innovation and a jugaad just as a part of the Indian startup thing, what Jay Guru wanted us to gift to India was create in India. And that's what we've done now. We are actually working closely to understand how can we disrupt the ecosystem by not make in India, which is you import it from China and assemble it in India. We are going to create every component, and almost one such example, we created every single aspect of it over here to ensure that it is created here and not assembled over here. And that's the big difference that we need. We need to put the thrust on manufacturing, we need to put the thrust on innovation, we need to put the thrust on creation. So we run a lot of new initiatives. We are now a part of the International Federation of Inventors Association, Bharat. So I'm taking the lead on the health front with the Prime Minister's Principal Scientific Advisor Office as a partner, where we are trying to accelerate innovation. As of now, we were just looking at amount of redundant innovation and trying to revive them through that. So I'm just going to flip through all of this. I'm sorry, but there's been some jagala. But I think I just wanted to share my last few slides. I had some very good interactions with His Holiness, and he told me something very beautiful. He said, an idea comes to you, not from you. I think that's a very powerful statement. We all think that an idea comes to us and we own the idea. But I think he gave a very thought-provoking aspect to say an idea comes to you, not from you. An idea is right now reaching out to hundreds of people at the same time, but only a few of them will be able to actually materialize it and take action into it. So inspired by him, I started something called Copyleft, not Copyright, where I open up innovations and we keep creating open forums where people can come and rob each other's ideas. You know, when the first time I held this program, my chairman was very upset. He said, who will attend some program like this? It's so ridiculous. But it was a house full, so then he said, I'll come and inaugurate it. I can't be left out of this program, you know. So we run this program as a part of Paid Forward, you know, just make innovations more affordable. And the greatest lesson I learned from Copyleft was we had more collaborations than competition. More people collaborated. It was not people stealing ideas. So I think I'll close with some few mantras. I think ignorance is power in the 21st century. We have been systematically confused by education and institutionalized to not go. So, you know, it's like I was talking to the CEO of Rolls-Royce and he said, we are looking at non-domain experts. So I was one of the possible hires. They said we could talk about turbines. And I said, I know nothing about turbines. He said, wonderful. He said, we would want you on board because the more knowledge you have, the more problematic it is because you restrict your imagination, you know. So I think I'll close with that. Thank you very much for all the support and patience and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request Padma Shri nominee and award nominee and scientist Venu Garu to please come on to dais. A small announcement, because we delayed in the first half of the day, right? We are pushing our next part of the program for 15 minutes. So I know that there are different halls. I can repeat the halls. Give me a second. Thank you. I'm again repeating halls for second half of the session. CX for roundtable would happen in the same hall. Again, instead of 2, we will start around 2:15 or so. GCC roundtable is going to happen in SMS IMSR building. Seems like it's also called as Krupashrayas, right?
Check. It's Sadhguru Madhusudan Sai Institute of Sciences and Medical Research.
It's called as Krupashrayas building. So GCC roundtable is happening there. The third one, rural agri-tech, is happening in Sri Satya Sarla Memorial Hospital. Request you to please gather in the corresponding buildings to attend these sessions. Thank you, everyone.
Please make a note, all of these roundtables are happening in parallel. So all of these roundtables start at 2:15 at their respective venue, followed by which we also have the second set of roundtables happening from 4 to 5:30.
Yep.
That's Women in Business at Sri Sadhguru Madhusudan Sai Institute of Science and Medical Research, Rural Healthcare Roundtable at Sri Satya Sarla Memorial Hospital, and a Global Diplomats Roundtable as well. Thank you and wish you have a great lunch.
Thank you, everyone.
In 1605, the world read its first newspaper. 1920, the world heard its first radio news. 1980, the world watched its first 24-hour news channel. 1990, the world started clicking on the first few news websites. 2023, a news revolution is here. Introducing News 9 Plus, the world's first news OTT. Get a heads up on current affairs in a video magazine format. Daily news videos with perspective, insights and analysis, and binge on infotainment and lifestyle web series. Through storytelling that keeps you hooked, all in a first-in-the-world news OTT avatar. News 9 Plus gives you the edge across all connected devices. It's time to cut the cord and stream the future with choice at your fingertips. It's time to take charge of what you want and when you want it. Come on board to reach the most affluent English-speaking audiences through innovative storytelling and disruptive brand integration. Capture eyeballs across broadcast and digital through India's #1 news network, TV9. And get noticed across 250 screens at Delhi and Mumbai airports. News 12 Plus, the world's first news OTT. Download now.
Thank you very much for joining us this evening. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you for the S Global launch.
London is the sort of capital in Europe for startups, and our idea is with this S Global alliance that we are creating, it will actually facilitate startups.
So I think it's a good beginning to have connect all the dots, key stakeholders for all the stuff, and as you say, we are in the historic take moment with a historical launch, with historic people, somebody who's been movers and shakers of their industry.
Between the European companies, UK-based companies, and within the Indian startups, so that everybody will be benefited.
We've been very much dependent on IT and all the technologies. So we're just trying, let's see how we can improve the relationship between India and UK and work better with the technologies.
It's very important that some of the entrepreneurs who probably want to kind of launch their products or come very innovative products, this platform, can help them to kind of connect with people and see, how that works for them.
And I think we are a force to reckon in our actions and in all our generation to come. We need to be an example in our life.
we found is missing is perhaps the go-to-marketing strategy. Somebody wants to go and hit the ground running from here to India or from vice versa from India to the UK. It's a pretty daunting task.
And he wants to head to the US. I said, no sir, we have London also is a place where there's a lot of things that can happen. We can really try to promote the corridor and is more receptive.
We really must work together to attract the best from around the world, but also to boost our domestic skills. So we have an AI skills conversion course in this country that we're developing and rolling out at the moment. Are we declaring this open?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Normally we have...
A lot of unicorns are coming from India at this point of time, and what I have seen, the technology is playing a level playing field. Earlier only big business houses, only they used to start a company, they used to succeed. Today even a farmer son or daughter can come out with an idea, and there are investors to invest in that idea, and they are taking those products globally.
Working with Indian clients, Indian partners and UK clients in India on many projects, my experience of working with India was just by some margin the best out of all the countries I ever worked with.
The beauty, because I meet the students who come over here from India, the vision they have for the world. They don't have a vision for their own village or only for the Indian country. They want to be the part of the global community.
The point is that we have been arguing quite significantly that it's time we shifted our investments to friends, nations that we have grown with and been part of. And of course there is no other nation as great in that lexicon of friends as India. I tell you that now. And I also say to you that I'm the first generation of my family not to have been born in India for 200 years. So I like to claim an idea that had things been different, I might be sitting where you are and you might be standing here where I am. So I claim that for myself and for my family.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's happened at last. I've been waiting for 30 years for the huge opportunities between India and England to start to come to fruition, and that's exactly what's happening at grassroots level, at infrastructure investment. There's been rising investment from England to India and rising participation from India back again.
Yeah, I think our relationship should be two-way. It's built on a long, long history. We all know that. We have a huge amount in common, but we can continue to learn from each other. And I think that's what this is all about.
The cause to start young children, young youths, so to speak, in the right way is actually very, very good object.
They are setting up their own companies. They're doing so driven by a sense of purpose and worth. And I think that is truly liberating and can only occur genuinely in countries like India and like the UK.
It's clear to us that India has a bright future as a global balancing power. The relative decline of Europe and the systemic rivalry between US and China leave room for an Indian vision of international order and development.
And I can tell you there are more Indians on the French-speaking side, but they are not known to many people, but very dynamic people there. And the 6th, 7th generation people are there as industrial laborers who came to the islands. And there are lots of opportunities to be explored there too.
Check, check. Request all the gentlemen to be please seated. Request all of you to please be seated. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies. Hope you had a very sumptuous, blessed lunch this afternoon. Just so that you are aware of, I would like to repeat, we are going to have the CXO roundtable right here at Premamrutam. The GCC roundtable is happening at SSIMSR, which is Sri Sadguru Madhusudan Sai Institute of Institute of Science and Medical Research. And then we have Rural Agritech Roundtable happening at the Satya Sai Sarala Memorial Hospital. We would request all of you to please be seated. A very good afternoon and welcome back to all of you here. We are glad that you're back here and we are about to start our first roundtable for the day. It's going to be the CXO roundtable. So we have the executive team of different companies coming here and they're going to discuss and share their opinions on what it is to be a CXO. So with that, let me not take too much of your time and invite the chair of the CXO roundtable, Sri Atluri, to please come up on the stage. I would also like to invite the co-chair, Sai Gundawalli, founder and CEO of Solix. Sri Atluri, the chair of CXO Roundtable, MD, Global Head of Enterprise Quality Engineering, BNY Mellon, is backed up by an expert team of Ashok Chitrapolu, founder, CEO, Techstar Group, Satish Mandua, CEO, Intellisoft Technologies, Sanjeev Kumar, Principal and Managing Partner, HPKF, Manohar Reddy, CEO, Fuji Inc. Request you to please take your seat. Murli V, CEO, People Shores. Okay, Murli is transitioning from building to building. Barry A. Rudolph, BOD, Falcon Star Software. Paroma Chatterjee, CEO, Revolut. Suresh Chintada, CTO, Subex. Ram Kopala, CTO, ACI World. Raj Allada, Transformation Leader, JP Morgan Chase. Santosh Yamsani, Transformation Leader, BNY Mellon. Brahmanand Reddy, CTO, Datalink Software. Ajay Tiwari, Founder and CEO, Happy Locate. USS Uppaluri, Chairman and MD, Edwenswa Enterprises Limited. Now, may I request would also like to invite Mr. Krishnamurthy to please come up and join the roundtable. I don't know who. So with that, Shri, we would like to invite co-founder ISF 2020 through Jay Garu to please come up on the stage and set the context for all the CXOs to deliberate on the roundtable discussion. And yes, you can all feel energized when you clap, so yes, go for it. We also have Suma Rao joining us from JPMC. Huh?
Okay.
All yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to ISF roundtable, very important roundtable, Global CXO roundtable. The reason why I wanted to have this roundtable, again for the startup companies' prosperity point of view, I've been telling since yesterday, though startups will have a product and money, if they don't have business, they can't survive. So how do they get business contacts? By meeting decision makers in the industry, because all the multinational companies, they are continuously innovating something new, and they need startups who are innovators. They can fix the problem in a much faster time. In fact, when I was the managing director of NVIDIA Graphics, that time I came to know these big companies, multi-billion-dollar companies, they are like a big ship going in the ocean, whereas startup companies like a speedboat, they don't have all the rules and regulations, bureaucracy of the big multinational company. With any idea, they will just like a speedboat, they will go and reach the destination. That's the reason why many multinational companies, they keep on acquiring the new product software startup companies all over the globe. So I thought, it's a great idea to bring all the global CXOs here, and they will tell what are the problems they are facing, what kind of new innovation they are looking for. Maybe some startup companies want to be with them and be a partner or whatever the mechanism they have. It's a great opportunity for all of you, because meeting any of the global CXOs by a small startup company is very difficult. The reason why we are bringing them to Mudanahalli, to ISF, so that they can meet with them, network with them, exchange ideas, and see whether they can get business from them. So that is the basic idea. We want to help our startup companies. I request all the panel members who have come from different parts of the globe to see how you can help the ISF startups, and we are the conduit. ISF will be a partner with all of you. Let us know what are the curated use case repository you have where you need some solutions. We will identify with any of our startup companies. If somebody have got that kind of a technology or already built a solution, we will enable that connections to you, so that you will be able to see how you can think of giving a business opportunity to them. So with this, I request Sri Atluri, Chairman of the Global CXO Roundtable, to conduct the proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay Garu. Thank you very much. This panel is a bunch of experts here from all over the world, and I'm so humbled, and thank you for the opportunity to lead this and be able to really conduct this session. And today's session, we are going to cover some of the important topics in the startup ecosystem, how the entire journey happens, and also we'll touch some of the important topics like leadership, technology, social entrepreneurship, and also giving back. These are things that you keep learning, and you will be hearing directly from these experts. And some of the experts here in the panel, they live these principles. They actually live by, they're living examples and they actually follow these principles day in and day out. I would start by asking each of them to spend 30 seconds and introduce themselves, please.
Good afternoon. So I'm Somar Rao, and I'm here as a private investor, but have about 30 plus years of experience in the banking sector. And from an introduction perspective, this has been an amazing conference, and it's wonderful to see all of you here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Privileged to be invited by Jay sir for this CXO session. My name is Krishnamurthy, CEO and President of India Electronics and Semiconductor Association, an organization which represents about 300 of the leading India's electronics and semiconductor companies, including about 100 of them are startups. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm really honored to be here. My name is Raj Alada. I'm a transformation leader at JP Morgan Chase out of New York. Very excited to see the participation and then see how we can help each one of you with our experience. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Jay Garu, for inviting us. This has been a great event so far. I'm Ram Pupala. I'm currently a general partner at API Ventures and also CTO for ACI Worldwide.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Thank you Jay Garu for inviting me to be part of the CXO panel. This is my first time at ISF, so far enjoying it. So my introduction, I'm Suresh Chintada. I'm the CTO for Subex. We've been writing product software for telcos for the last 27 plus years. We're out of Bangalore. I spent a lot of my time in high-tech companies, so technology is my forte, and I think we can add something there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brahmanand Reddy Shivampet. I'm a CTO of a healthcare company. Outside of which I'm a businessman, an entrepreneur, and an investor. This is my first time joining the conference. It's an amazing thing. I wish I'll be here every year. Giving back to the society is something that I always believed in. Earlier this week, I saw a LinkedIn post. Someone was bragging about 90 hires in their life. I might have hired close to 5,000-6,000 people in India in my lifetime. It should be much more. I'm very glad to be here, and especially this one.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is USS Supuluri. I'm the Chairman and Managing Director of Advanced Enterprises Limited. My passion is in helping early-stage startups. I spend half the time in the US, Bay Area, Silicon Valley, and half the time in Hyderabad. So I have been fortunate actually to be associated with close to 50 startups in the last 10 years, and most of them are, no more. But a couple of them are still doing well, and I'm still looking for those passionate startups which are really trying to make a difference to this world.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashok Chidiprolu. I'm from Dallas, Texas. I am glad that Jay asked us to participate this year as a sponsor as well as a contributing member to the ISF, and we look forward for more contributions as we go along. My passion, again, leadership is one of my passion. I'm a core entrepreneur at heart. And hopefully, some of the lessons I learned running businesses for the last 25 years, I'll be able to share here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sai Gundavalli. I run a software company called Solix Technologies. This is about providing enterprise data fabric for large enterprises to manage their enterprise data across storage costs, governance, and overall optimization. And I'm also a co-founder of a foundation called Touch A Life Foundation. This is a digital fabric connecting people who need help to people who can provide help. Thank you.
My name is Barry Rudolph, and I've been at this, I was going to say I probably would be the elder statesman, but I don't think I'm a statesman. The elder part is absolutely true. But I've been at this about 45 years now, and I've done everything from CEO of a 10-person startup to running a 15 or 20,000 person multi-billion-dollar business, and kind of everything in between. And it's been really enjoyable, just extremely energetic and energizing conference so far, and it's really wonderful to be here.
Thank you, Jay Garu, for this opportunity, as well as Sri for this opportunity to be part of this particular panel. I'm myself Santosh Kumar Yamsani. I am the engineering head for a technology horizontal as well as a transformation leader within Bank of New York Mellon. As I just mentioned, engineering, transformation, and leadership are the three things that actually drive me. And I'm here to actually learn from the best and also see how can I help anybody that is seeking for excellence in their careers as well as their startups. Thank you.
Thanks, sir, for having me here. I have worked for good 13 and a half years as an HR. I've been an HR leader for Nokia and Vodafone prior to this. Now I am the CEO of Happy Locate, which is transforming the way relocations are managed in corporates. I also have done my social work honors during my graduation, so worked with underprivileged children and special children. That also makes me a social entrepreneur by heart. So that's what we are doing right now. Thank you for having me here. I'm excited to be here.
All right, I'll start with a question related to leadership. And somebody who is here in the panel who is passionate about leadership next to me is Ashok. And he was talking about it just off the dais and how he transformed using his leadership expertise. I would like Ashok to share some of his wisdom. Can you please go on explaining what are the leadership qualities one ought to have when you're starting a brand new startup with a brand new idea? What do you think, what are the qualities to be a leader? Sure. Because actually continuing to that, a startup, when you're starting something, you cannot be a specialist. You need to be a generalist.
Correct.
What does that really mean? And how that leadership quality help them to be a generalist? That is your question, Ashok.
Sure. Yeah, I'll take a crack at it. I'm not going to say I'm an expert in all these areas, but I think leadership, when you talk about leadership, is in a startup, generally startups, you could start with a one-man army. You probably have the best idea that you thought is the best idea to go forward with. And then you probably go and talk to some of your friends, family, and then you kind of gather momentum and then go with your idea and then incubate. When you do that, right, so how do you rally team behind you? How do you bring the second person, third person into the team? How do you empower them to have the vision as same as you and then take it forward? I think that's something that's where the leadership comes in. How do you empower the other person to be part of your team, part of the same vision? That's one key element I've noticed in my experiences when I'm working with other startups also as an advisor. One of the things I always look for and advise them is bring the right team and have the right mindset to share the ideas among yourself. It's not as an owner or as the leader of the startup, your idea may not be the right idea every time. So how do you take that and then be it part of a team so that everybody rallies behind? I think that's one key element, I would say.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ashok. And actually, when you talk about the generalist, you need to start unlearning. Unlearning is an activity. And if you are a specialist, in order to grow as a leader, you need to unlearn. You may not you're a techie throughout your life, you started a startup, and you may need to learn how accounting works, how finance works, how HR works, how everything works. So you need to become a generalist, know enough to really run the shop. And I would actually ask USS, that's what he goes by, and USS has got a firm, he has seen the success, he has seen an enterprise that actually he basically had some exits. And when you are working on a startup, you think of an exit. What does that really mean? Do you really need to plan your exit when you're starting a startup?
Thanks for that question. I think it's a great question, sir. I think for any startup, for them to be anything, they should first be successful at executing anything, whatever it could be. And they should really look at failing fast and failing inexpensively if they have to fail. So the more iterations they go through, the luckier they become and the better they get at whatever they are doing, and eventually they will find the right purpose for their startup, as well as the right exit will come automatically.
Excellent. Fail fast is one of the mantras that I always follow, and I'm glad you said that as well. And next question goes to Sai Gundavalli, and I know him for quite some time, and Sai is not only run his successful enterprise, but the Touch a Life Foundation and the non-profit that he runs actually really touches many hearts and minds. And to be honest, I'm a big fan of, and I'm part of Tall Leadership as well. And he called me, and without any reluctance, I said, sure, I'm part of it. And Sai, when you really look at the social entrepreneurship, we always not think of just profits, but what is that social good that we need to focus on? How is that is going to help a common man, and how is that is going to help masses? What do you think that we all can do when we are working on a startup ecosystem? Please.
Thank you, Shri. So for life, there's a profit and there's a purpose. You need to think of two angles, profit angle as well as purpose angle. So Touch a Life is, while I talked about Solix, it's about my for-profit company. Touch a Life is a foundation for purpose. And I think every journey, there are three phases in life. First phase is all about like learning, because first 20 years you are learning. Second phase of life you are earning. And third phase is giving. And if you remember these three things, learning, earning and giving, everybody faces through pretty much. I saw even Jay's life also. I think, the learning phase, at the same token, earning phase when you are trying to establish the STP and all of that. His third angle, which is like a giving phase. Pretty much everybody has those three angles. And Touch a Life is, we are building a digital fabric of connecting people who need help to people who can provide help. And we are bringing the entire ecosystem. We are building the entire, there are 5 pillars that we are building. Number one, we are building the crowdfunding and crowdsourcing, connecting donor to donee. We have built a radio station, providing marketing to all the non-profits. Then third, we've also built something called TAL Transformers, and this is an idea by Jay Garu, bringing youth to connect to the causes and how you can bring them as volunteers to the social causes and all of that. And TAL leaders, I'm very privileged to have like a Barry, is a very senior executive, been at IBM leadership, and bringing in leaders. A lot of leaders are empty nesters, and how do you channelize their energy to help the needs? So we've got about close to 100 executives as part of TAL leadership, people who can donate their time, people who can mentor the non-profits is what we're trying to do. And finally, we're also working on something called TAL Hospitals, bringing in doctors who want to provide pro bono service onto a digital platform. And we want to create GPT for healthcare and all of that stuff. So these are the 5 pillars that we have been doing. So pretty exciting. So pretty much for all the startups over here, when you start a venture or as you're starting your journey, be a purpose-driven, not just profit-driven. It really help you in terms of building your company. At the same token, scale your company to the next level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. Learning, earning, and giving. There's a fantastic words of wisdom that's called wow. And Brahmananda Reddy Garu, you have invested into a lot of firms. And what are the things that you really look at a startup when you start investing? What are the signals that you can see and say that this startup is going to grow and it's going to be the next unicorn? What are the things that you look at?
Well, thanks for the question. And there must have been hundreds of textbooks that I've gone through, but I learned more from when I was pitching as a founder or a co-founder of companies to the other investors in a line, getting rejected several times. I learned more from there than reading through the books, and I've learned more from experiencing pitching my idea to the investors than reading from books. From an investor standpoint, I suggest every founder to read the textbook, know your basics, know the purpose of your company, know your financials. That's the basic stuff without which you don't bother to present your company. Know a clear answer of what's your exit strategy, kind of a thing. After that, I almost always ask and look for examples and reputation. Examples of how many times they made a promise and met the promise, and go check for referrals. That's as important as anything else. So that's it.
Thank you, Brahmananda Reddy. The next question goes to Barry. Barry, I have been following you from the philanthropy side and also the successful entrepreneur. And it's not just giving. We, as senior executives, we learn from the youth. What is that you learn from the youth?
That's a very interesting, broad question. To me, I think it's very easy to get stuck in a line of thought as you grow older. And involving yourself with younger people, there's a level not only of energy that is conveyed to you, but a totally different way of thinking about things that can stimulate an entirely new approach to a problem that sometimes creates a new market, a new route to market, an adjacency that you would have never thought of as a more senior person. So I think that's, in my mind, in addition just to the energy, the exhilaration, the enthusiasm, it's easy to get stuck in linear thinking.
And thank you for that all the time. And challenging the status quo and thinking of different business models and really innovation comes from youth all the time. Thank you. Next box. How to come out of that box? And what are the things that...
When I was speaking about a mindset, right? Establish norms, right? And that actually also becomes a right moniker for me when I try to expand pirate. Let me explain to you what I mean by pirate mindset, right? Wait until you find the right purpose for you to build the company that you want to build, right? Otherwise, venturing into that without having a purpose, I think will be waste of everybody else's time. The I stands for innovation, right? When you're getting into a startup with a founder mindset, right? I think you have to think of innovation, right? You are not doing the same thing as somebody else has already done, right? It could be an incremental innovation about the relationships that you build, the partners that you have that you need to take along. So R is for relationship, right? A A is for agility in leadership. Okay, well, you've started on something, you move forward. Can you pivot? Can you do something much more useful, right? How do you demonstrate that agility in leadership is by inculcating this, ability to think beyond the box sometimes, but ability to kind of move forward with what you can do to, again, relating it back to the purpose that you set yourself up for. The T, of course, stands for technology. I would not advise anybody who is starting, putting technology as the lowest priority, right? I think tech is what changes our lives, has changed our lives, and continue to go to change our lives in the future as well, at a much, much faster pace than what you and I can imagine, right? Make technology a fundamental premise on which you're building your solution, right? I think there is no two things about it. And finally, on the E, I call it ecosystem. What I mean by ecosystem is it's not about you growing yourself and your teams, it's also giving back to the community. How do you build your community together, right? How do you encourage, empower, enhance, energize the community that you're building and providing a solution for a problem that can help this community is something that you also have to think about. I would say that's the mindset that one needs to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Suresh. And the next question goes to Santosh. Santosh, as a transformation leader, there is technology that you learned when you were in college. There's technology when you started the work, and the technology that's changing today, the technology that's going to change, and that means it's evolving. So when technology is evolving, one needs to evolve, not only from learning, but the entire operating model is changing. The way we think work today, the models are changing. The way we learn today is going to change. The way we live is going to change. What do you think is going to change?
That's a very interesting question, Sri. Thank you for that. One of the things that probably will not change, that will help you adapt to this evolving culture, is that growth mindset, definitely, for sure. Yes, the pace of the technology is changing, the pace of the way the business models are evolving is changing, but definitely one of the things that will keep us rooted to success, or at least close to that, is that open mindset that one needs to have to consistently learn. Yes, the way you learn will definitely change. Maybe previously you used to use textbooks or maybe some kind of classroom learning. The way that you are learning right now, it's completely changed to digital format, or even maybe you'll use tools like ChatGPT to actually enable your learning even further, right? So that also has to be there. So living in that box that, okay, I can only do things in a certain way, is something that you need to break out of. And breaking that boundaries that you have set for yourself to go above and beyond and to see what else can be done is what is going to take you forward. That's it.
Thank you, Santosh. The next question goes to my friend Ram Papala. He's a CTO at ACA Worldwide, running a huge payment ecosystem, and also he runs an API Ventures. He's a general partner. And the question that's going to ask you is very practical, that you deal with on a daily basis. And how to mold next generation leaders.
Constantly, I look in entrepreneurship characteristics. Being a technologist, I look at, and most of the startup people who have a great ideas are technocrats. And I insist and push on, guys, first figure it out, how you're going to make money. Not profit, but you need to figure out how to go sell. Who are you going to sell it to? How are you going to sell it to? How are you going to price your service? And how are you going to reach, and how consumers, or whether it's a consumers or a corporates, how are they going to absorb your products or services? And that concept which you would make on their lives, especially whether if you're in a corporate world or individual world, people don't write a check to anybody. The people write it, sometimes people take a bet, they put the career on the line to make a buy decision, I know I've done that. I have a lot of autos in the back, and you got to think about thinking of the other.
Making a difference in someone's life rather than you making money, I think is vital and is important. Thank you. And the next question goes to Ajay. In this list of questions that we discussed so far, you have been the way you want to be treated. You must have heard about it. How to build?
Thank you very much. So I would say, I think, being very precise and to the point, if you can just think of it, and there was always a thought I'm sure most of us have, is that if we ever get a chance to become a manager or become a company, I would not do this what others would have done to me. And hence, if I can relate to it, while I was building up my business, during my career, I've given my sweat and service to the company that I worked for. And then at the end, I think I did not feel connected, and I didn't get that share of, I didn't get that equity in the company and the way I was treated. So I always thought, while I was building it, and that's something that I've done it, I had made sure that most of the people who worked with me were treated as partners. We never had employees, we had team members. Most of the people who joined early had ESOPs in the company with clear timelines where their ESOPs can be vested. So I believe when you're absolutely honest while dealing with people, when you have also very clearly defined KRAs and expectations from people, and you have rewards very transparently and honestly put in, people do relate to you, and that's how you build trust while you grow in an organization, and that works ultimately.
Thank you, Ajay. The next question goes to Raj Allada. Success is not a destination, it's a journey. And we discussed about success mantra. And what does success really mean to you when a particular startup feels like they're succeeding? At what point they can say that I'm successful? What is the bar that you think that they can set to themselves they feel they're successful?
I think, thanks for this question, Srigaru. And I'll actually take the lead from your own philosophy, what you mentioned in the keynote. It's a journey. And I think there are certain milestones in that journey that at every part of that milestone, you can feel you're successful, you can be motivated, and then you can go to the next level. So the bar to me is having the right milestones, having a good roadmap, ensuring that you're actually meeting those milestones, and evaluating continuously that if you're aligned to your vision, and if that vision needs a bit of a tweaking, because it's continuously evolving world. So I think, to me, being realistic and then constantly challenging yourselves if you're reaching those milestones, and if the idea still is valuable to the community, I think that's where the real success lies.
Thank you, Raj. Next question goes to Krishnamurthy Garu. Krishnamurthy Garu, when you really look at the successful enterprises, and there are aspects where the learning fail fast is what we heard from our colleagues in the past. And what are the other things that they need to watch out, the blind spots? What do you think they need to really be careful when they are in the journey?
Thank you for the question. Having spent 40 years in the corporate and then the last 6 years working with startups, specifically mentoring them, number one thing that I tell when I start mentoring an early stage startup, if you are not in this without unrestrained passion for what you are trying to do, don't even try. Don't even try. And I think an excellent point was brought out. Whom are you going to sell? And how will you sell it? So early stage startup,
I do an exercise. I bring the founder and the prospective founder and the co-founder, ask him to bring a bunch of his friends, maybe 6-8 of them, and we all will go to a mall. And I will tell them, okay, any shop you pick, go to that shop, all of you, and one of you buy a product and come back. Then we'll sit down on a coffee shop and start the first brainstorming. Tell me, why did you buy it? Why others did not buy that product? Think about it. How is it that person is able to sell it to you? What made you buy it? And others did not see a value for it. So going through this rigorous process, the idea of passion for what you are trying to do and how you are going to sell, if these two are sort of ingrained, exit is an event. If you are starting an enterprise thinking that 3 years from now I am going to become a unicorn and break the bank, you're done already on day one. I think these are the 2-3 very simple things. And then the most important thing I insist is get your team who share the passion. If there is even one element in the whole team, at least in the early stage, the first 2-3 years, who are not sold on the idea, then that becomes a struggle for you later, particularly if you are trying to solve very deep technical problems and you get distracted. So these are a few simple tips which I keep telling the early stage startups up to Series A funding. And I've seen that beyond that, they all know how to stand up, run, and all that. But early stage and up to Series A funding, they make this mistake again and again and again. And I've seen that. We have an entrepreneur park in Delhi with about 56 startups, out of which 80% of them are funded, only 4 failed, 85% success. But it was very difficult to get them back focused on what you want to do. So it's not very difficult, but the fundamentals have to be followed from morning till night. Every minute of your wake up, the fundamentals have to be followed scrupulously. Thank you.
Absolutely. And the fundamentals have to be rock solid all the time. Thank you. And the last question that goes to Soma Garu. We keep talking about the diversity. Diversity is not just a number game. It is something that we really have to believe in our thoughts and also in action. And diversity in thoughts, diversity at the workplace, diversity in the way we do. When you are really looking at the society and also startup ecosystem, what does diversity mean to you?
I knew that Sri Garu will keep a difficult question for me at the end. It is interesting that this question came to me because in my experience, I was the co-chair for a diversity group within my firm. And as part of this initiative, especially in the India context, quite often we think about gender diversity. And that is the one that we focus on. But I think in a startup, you really want to go beyond that. Diversity works well when it is in an inclusive environment. And that is important because it's almost, you need the inclusive culture before you build diversity. And what I mean by that is diversity works well because you bring different thoughts to the problem, and that helps you get a better solution. But in order to get those diverse thoughts to the table, you need an inclusive environment where everyone feels comfortable speaking up. So especially when you are in a startup, you have a smaller team, you are in more of a rush to get everything done. Yesterday someone made a remark that when you are the CEO of a startup, you're the chief everything officer. So you're juggling 10 things at any given time, and time is a luxury. But one of the things that I think you need to invest on is creating that inclusive culture where every member of your team feels comfortable voicing their thoughts. And once you have this inclusive culture, if you can combine that with a diverse team
And that is not just restricted to gender. Think about your hiring practices. We're gathering here because we're talking about steps we can take to build the bottom of the pyramid, especially on the rural side. People that come from rural backgrounds have different perspectives than people that might come from an urban background. People that come from a rural background may have better ideas on demand for products in a rural environment or the problems that these people face. So one of the things that you benefit, especially in this startup environment where we're talking about entrepreneurs working on problem solving for rural development, the inclusive environment must include not just the top tier institutions, but institutions that bring in talent from all of the different areas within the country. So, so the two things I would stress is building an inclusive culture where people are willing to speak up and feel comfortable speaking up, and then building a diverse team that brings the ideas to the table.
Thank you so much. And the next round of questions I'm not going to ask the way I asked. And I would actually give a big round of applause to all the panelists, please. The reason I asked you to do that is because I did not give any of these questions early on. I did not even know what questions I would ask them. And to be honest, they did a fantastic job, but the next round is going to be a rapid fire round. And it's going to be a one-word answer, and you do not have a lot of time to answer. And I would actually ask, I'll go one round for the first question. There is another second round. Then we'll actually go to audience and ask questions. Oh, wow. How about that? Okay, the rapid fire round, the first question is, what does leadership mean to you in one word? Ajay.
Lead by example.
Bringing the best out of yourself and also the others.
One word, clarity. Success to people.
Vision and direction.
Yeah, having great vision and the communication of the vision to the team members.
I would say the answers cannot be repeated.
Trust between everyone. Growth.
Agility. Accountability. Fundamental culture. Humility. Thank you very much. The last question, I think you guys did a fantastic job. I'll go one more rapid fire round. Giving back is an opportunity. Giving back is a privilege. Giving back is something that you are innate, thing that you cannot even express. What is giving back means to you, Soma?
Giving back is joy.
Obligation. Responsibility.
Now I have to think about it. A privilege.
It's gratitude. Satisfaction.
If you're doing something of value, it will happen automatically, I think. Not something that you plan.
I feel responsibility.
Touching a life and making a difference.
That is tall.
Impact.
Okay, making a difference and self-satisfaction.
Call it happiness.
Thank you so much, guys. Really, you did a great job. And now, we would request Rashmi to take any questions from you so that she's going to repeat, and any of the panelists or the moderator can answer.
Anybody in the audience has any question? You can also feel free if you want to point out the question to any of the speaker here.
If you remember the names.
That's the challenge.
I got it, by the way.
First of all, thank you all so much for spending your time. I know it means so much, and you're talking about giving back, and I completely see it happening right here. So it's fabulous to see you all. I have a quick question for, anyone who would like to answer it, but more specifically, what I want to understand is, when we say that, a lot about growth happens to mentoring, right? So as mentors, what do you look forward to in a mentee? That, this is something that I would like to, this is something that I'd like to, have in my mentee, and I'm looking forward to have it in my mentee. Thank you.
Ram, why don't you answer that?
I personally look for a mentee is where how open he is to learning and listening. That's what I look in the main characteristics.
I would add to that clarity of purpose. Having thought about what is it that you expect from me, what is the problem what are the ideas that you're coming with that I could maybe help you with?
Anybody else wants to?
So basically every panelist would answer your question. That is, actually you'll get 16 answers. Probably will limit answers to 3. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to just emphasize what Mr. Ram said. In a mentee, one of the most important qualities is he must listen completely and implement that. If it's like a doctor-patient relationship, right? What's the point of going to a doctor and not following the prescription? Unless you follow the prescription, even the mentor cannot help you, because most of the times even mentor is experimenting with the mentee within some safe limits, whether this is going to work or that is going to work. So unless the mentee is very honest in terms of following the advice, even the mentor cannot help. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Who is going next? Any of you have any questions? Go ahead.
I'm audible, right? Yeah. So my name is Vasudevan, and we recently started around 2 years back an organization in EdTech sector for providing computer science curriculum. Now, as a founder, I am still under some sort of a dilemma from the perspectives of, should I be continuing with bootstrapping of running the company and reinvesting things, or should I be dependent on investors and seek out mentorship from people like you? So what is that break-even point to convince myself as a founder or anybody in the system to tell that this is exactly the moment when you should start your expansion? So I would like to address this to Ram sir or Suresh sir or anybody who can open it up.
Thank you. And actually Ram and I were doing some speed pitching, and there were actually some of the startups came to us and pitched a few ideas, and very fortunate to be able to do that. And I'm thrilled to say we actually heard 2 pitches, and one of them we were investing.
Okay.
And Ram, why don't you answer that?
Yeah, so
Was that like a quick Shark Tank?
if you're questioning after 2 years,
right, sir,
that means you actually have a false start. Get a mentor ASAP. Don't go try to raise the money because you're going to have a false start. You may not have all the right answers for it.
Vasudev, if I were you, I would ask Ram, can you be my mentor?
Yeah, I would have.
Can you ask that?
I would love to, because that's the reason I pointed the question to Suresh and Ram. So
would be more than happy to help. At least think you through.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
What is the next question?
I think they already gave a hint. You ask a question, you can get funding too. Ask right question. Don't miss an opportunity.
Now, if you do not ask any more questions, I'm going to have rapid fire and these guys will be on fire. So make sure you ask some questions so that at least they'll answer. Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon all. Thanks everybody sharing your rich experience. I got a startup. Okay, it is in media. I'm pitching in almost at least 5-6 people I have already pitched in. But I have not got a firm answer from any of you. Everybody collected the detail, fine. What exactly you did not get the thing from me? Whoever had met me. I had met a sir again, yes, right. I have not met any other person. This is first chance. My company name is First Chance. I am going to give the first chance to people, whether you are a 3-year-old or a 80-year-old, right, to get into acting, singing, and other thing. I could come and realize my dream. At the age of 45, I made a Tamil film with a music composer, legendary music composer, King of Melodies, M.S. Viswanathan. I just wanted to get him a national award. I took nearly 20 songs recorded from him, and I made all legendary singers to sing in my film. But the unexpected thing happened. He blessed me. I turned out to be a music composer. I released an album on Shirdi Sai Baba with the S.P. Balasubramaniam sir singing. That too I could release through Sony Music. Nearly 3 lakh people watched it. As a tribute to legends, though I don't know how to play a harmonium also, with a blessing, today I am known to many people in the music area now. I am having my own studio in Chennai. I already invested enough thing, and I am running a talent contest to bring in 1 crore people into the mission. It's a 100 crore project, and the entire thing, 85 crore, I am going to do in charity. Everything has been pasted in my website. 15 crore will be spent towards event management. Subsequently, with a 1 crore subscriber, I am going to create my company as a OTT platform, event management, celebrity management, multiple things, possibilities.
Yeah.
Sorry, could
I'm unlimited possibilities.
I'm a legal financial consultant. I have been associated in listing more than 300 plus companies with the BSc and MSc. I'm settled in Mumbai.
Yeah.
Despite all this background, I could come into this line with all these possibilities. Now I want some investor just to support me. I'm going for listing my company with your investment.
So one thing we need to have is basically the pitching is great, and Rashmi actually set the bar so high, saying you are going to get funding. That is actually perhaps is the reason why there is a hope, and the hope is not bad, but you got to have persistence, patience, and also learning from the model and evolving and all that. The experts like USS is going to tell more about it. Why don't you explain, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'm no expert, but let me tell you from an investor's point of view, what I generally look for is how many iterations you had in your plan, right?
How many?
Iterations. I mean, you don't have to respond to me right now, but I'm just going to tell. Yeah, I can take it offline. But I look at how many iterations the startup has gone through, how many times they have revised their plan, and how they have evolved. And I will also look at unit economics, right? I mean, there has to be, like Mr. Ram said again, you need to see the money, where the money is going to come from, whom you are going to sell to, and how consistently it's going to come. And the third and most important aspect is scalability, right? Is it something repeatable? Is it something scalable? Is it something, that can grow enormously, right? Using technology, right? Because if you have to do anything on a scalable manner, you need to use technology and eliminate all the frictions, right? If there is going to be friction in terms of onboarding customers or users, right, that is going to be hard to scale, idea. So I think these are the 3 aspects that you should really focus on in order to attract any investors.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, please, sir.
Go ahead.
Please go on.
So first of all, my apologies if I offend you. Huh?
No, I have not met you, sir.
So I'll give you a sense that I was trying to listen, follow what you're saying. I had most of your resume. I didn't really hear a business. So maybe there is something wrong with your pitch. I was not sure how you're going to make money. So maybe that's something you to think about, and maybe somebody can help you how to pitch what you're trying to do.
I have not met you, sir. I have not pitched it with you. So,
sorry, I didn't.
I have not met you earlier.
Yes, I have not pitched to you.
Yeah, I have not interacted, so that is the reason.
Okay.
My thing is very simple. In a digital era, creating 1 crore, reaching 1 crore people, not a very big thing. Basically, it means everybody in a mobile is having 2,000, 3,000 contacts. Even 100 people are giving 100 rupee. that 100 people are going to give me another 100 people. Like every time it is going to add that my next is 0. So 1 crore people giving 100 rupee for 2 purposes. One, if they are a Shirdi Sai Baba devotee, the devotional song is going to be made in 11 languages, right? So 10 rupee per language, any devotee can devote to Sai Baba. And our own southern states, 4 states, there are 30 crore plus people. 20 crore people, definitely, like aged people and infants, maybe fan of SP Balasubramaniam sir, but they may not be in a position to express. These 20 crore people, even giving 10 rupee is a 200 crore project. So I am very confident, but I know I have to connect the people emotionally, because I am now nobody in the music industry. With the blessings, I am now doing all these things. So I am very confident, but somehow I want to impress upon the investors, high net worth individuals, to give up. Since I have listed more than 300 plus companies for my clients, I know how to get into listing of the shares. I can give an exit route and a higher rate. I got all the plans. I am a corporate legal consultant by myself. So I got all the things. This is a blessing from the King of Melodies, M.S. Vishwanathan sir. So I am going to give us a tribute to the legends by collecting 100 crore, 85 crore I am giving on charity.
I think, Ram, maybe we can have a separate pitch session offline so that we'll actually discuss.
Thank you, sir.
Look at the viability offline.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We can take the next question, please. Yeah. So
this would be the last question. Anybody?
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Saujanya Mukka. I am the founder and CEO of My B2B Network. I have this question with people management. We have the team fully motivated and good relationship built, but there are some bad points where the intentions have been taken wrong and trust breaking points in some instances. How, as a leader, you have taken those positively and moved forward? Those lessons I would like to take from you guys to take my business further.
Yeah, thank you, Saujanya. This is actually a fantastic question, very, very close to my heart. And as a leader, it's a privilege. Right. And you need to lead by example. And you need to have people work for you because they love you in a way that you are guiding them. You're there for them. And you are actually you're making them to succeed all the time. Right? For that reason, they trust you. And that trust is what make you really, go ahead of the game, and they can do anything for you. So it doesn't happen overnight.
Right.
And it doesn't happen overnight. It is almost like a ritual. You need to keep on doing it over and over, right, and really win their hearts and minds. Once you win their hearts and minds, they are there for you all the time. That is how you build teams that are sustainable, that are actually going to grow exponentially with the growth mindset, what Santosh mentioned earlier. Okay, thank you.
That's absolutely right. I understand. But when you are in a big tree, right, giving the visibility to the designation sector which is under the tree, right, how do you pass the visibility that I am here and that trust relationship building? How does that happen? Maybe this question looks simpler for you, but that's a great puzzle I am in right now.
We can spend some time offline.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
At one point, if you allow me.
I think we should conclude.
All right.
We'll spend some time offline. Thank you very much. Rashmi, you want to conclude?
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shri, for leading a great panel, great roundtable. It was very informative. And I'm sure all the CXOs, whatever they have told is something that they've experienced and grown beyond it. Right? Thank you so much. Can I now request Jay Garu to please honor each of the speakers here with a small memento and a thank you. I request the volunteers to please bring up the mementos for the speakers here. Great session, Shri. Thank you so much. of you in the audience are very health conscious. No, none of you are conscious about your health? Oh yeah, I see a lady there. Okay. Can I give you a quick method to burn 20 calories? Exactly 20. Smart. Go ahead, do it. They definitely deserve a round of applause. And you can keep continuing and losing more and more calories. Thank you all. Thank you for making it so informative and also a great learning for all of us. With that, I have a quick announcement. The next roundtable that's going to happen at the Premamrutam Hall is Women in Business. It's a small change. We have moved it from ISMR building, that is Sadhguru Madhusudan Sai Institute of Sciences and Medical Research, to the Premamrutam Hall here. And that's going to be the next roundtable. Please be here. Watch the women in business and encourage the women in business, because this is the first roundtable that we are doing for women in business. Also, for the visitors and delegates and participants here who are interested in healthcare, we have Rural Healthcare Roundtable happening in Satya Sarla Memorial Hospital. Feel free to go and educate yourself and get thought-provoking information. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hi, good evening everyone. How are you feeling now after a very big round table? And then fresh again are we here. So we have Women in Business roundtable going on. I request all of you who are in other sides of it, may I request you to come and be seated. We are going to start the roundtable in just 1 minute. I request everyone to be seated for the Women in Business Roundtable. May I invite the co-chair of this roundtable, Ms. Pravina Bhimavarapu, MD, Global Technology Services, State Street. Karina is not here. Yeah, I know. I request the expert speaker, Rashida Adinwala, partner R&A Associates. May I request Preeti Rana, Founder and Chief Creator Officer, Square Watermelon. Is Preeti over here? Okay. May I request Usha Sripadineni, Co-Founder, Soil School of Innovation and Leadership. Usha is on her way. Manisha Sabu, VP Infosys. Kavita Rajesh, President HMA and Treasurer Elite. I suppose Kavita is not here. Maitreyi, Co-Founder and CTO, Startone Labs. Sandhya Gune, may I request Sandhya Gune to come and be seated, please. May I request Pooja Bali, Co-Founder and CEO, Exchange Ventures. May I request Rashmi Kumar, CEO, Decode Consulting Services, CSO Technology Inc. May I request Shobhana Gupta, ex-CFO, FedEx, Board of People Shores, to come and be seated. Pravina Bhimavarapu to start the conversation. Jay Garu. May I request Jay Garu to come and be seated on the stage, please? Thank you, Jay Garu. round table with all the powerful ladies sitting here. Thank you all for coming and participating.
Good afternoon. This is the most powerful panel of India Startup Festival. And in fact, a lot of discussions yesterday and today morning also. The gender issue, a lot of people were raising why many women leaders are not actually taking their responsibilities and driving new companies. They are all limited to their home responsibilities, children responsibilities. I think time has come for all of you to become not just leaders in India but global leaders. You have to pave the path for the rest of the women folks, because in India I see if you go to any engineering college, 80% of the students, they are all girl students. Recently I went to one orphan school near Vijayawada. There also 90% are all girl students. So what are they doing? 90% in the schools and colleges, but they are not getting into the industry, they are not getting into leadership, they are not getting into the senior positions in the corporate industry. So there is something lacking. Maybe I will request Radha also to come, because Radha, come. You are the right person, the model woman entrepreneur doing extremely well in Silicon Valley. Please come, Radha. So all of you are role models for women entrepreneurship. You tell us, instead of blaming us that we are not giving the opportunity to you, you tell us why women leadership are not really taking the ownership and responsibilities to go higher up and lead companies. Come, Radha, please come. So we are expecting a white paper recommendations from this round table, so that this we have to implement by the time we go to the next conference. You have to work hard, make sure that yes, there was an issue in ISF 23, but we were able to resolve, and these are the recommendations which are given by ISF 23 round table, and this is how we were able to get the solutions. I am looking forward to the chairman of the whoever is the chairman of this round table have to give a presentation in ISF 24 that we were able to solve these problems, and that's when we all feel that yes, somebody is working to see that.
Check. Am I audible? Yes. Am I audible? Well, thank you, Jay Garu, for encouraging us and setting the stage. So, good afternoon, welcome. And of course, we see very less, but I guess all of you are here with an intent to listen to us, so we'll try to get into the crux of the things that Jay Garu mentioned, and all of us here we believe in. So on the stage, can begin to introduce each one of you, but I'm pretty sure that you are here for a very good reason, which is you're all women in business with substance, have gone through many challenges and come to this point of life where you're joining hands on this beautiful stage today to talk about some of the challenges, some of the recommendations, and as Jay Garu said, to set some standards for our next sessions, as well as a lot of the other listeners who are listening to us. So with that, I'll get started. So I guess, some of the things that we have discussed individually or in groups, that we do very well when we are in a very set ecosystem. If everything is provided, we do well. But suddenly, when we come out of that ecosystem, we tend to lose the grip or the motivation to go forward. So why, or what are those one or two things that we fail to understand while we are in that ecosystem, that
puts us in the back seat to deal with the world outside. And an example is that, beautiful education system that we have here for women or for girl education. We prepare them to take challenges, have their own mind, but when they come out to start out their careers, that's when we see there's a bit of drop from, let's say, from 100 girls child to then, you'll see 50% of them. So what are the one or two things that we fail to do and which we can address, coming from your recommendations and your, experience? So I have a set of mics here. So Radha, I see she has raised her hand. So let's hear from Radha. Okay, I think now, yeah. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity. I know I wasn't actually part of the panel, but I kind of barged in. I could say that of India, girls are expected to do well in school, have their mind, but I think there is a lot of I would say in their upbringing and even societal expectations, conformity. So when you want to be a leader, you can't be conforming to things, and your ability to navigate uncertainty, that has to be cultivated. If you're just going to follow rules, then I don't think you're going to be able to navigate uncertainty or complexity, which are all like essential skills, to be a business leader. So I think that's the first thing. You have to change the expectations at home and outside, and you should not be you should be totally okay with taking, a stand that is not, expected or contrarian, and be okay with it. I think a lot of times they're expected to please everyone, and that's not really going to work. So it's not like, they don't have a mind of their own, but it's just that they don't choose to use their mind of their own because the consequences, are not really, helpful. So that's kind of my perspective.
I completely agree with what Radha said. One is, yes, uncertainty, you should be ready for it. And one of the other things, I think, as women, we always feel that we have to be good at everything. No, we don't have to be. We are multitasking. I know we can multitask, but then you cannot make everybody happy at every time. But it's a conscious call you got to take, whether at this point in time my work needs me, or at this point in time my family needs me, or my friends needs me. What it is a conscious call that you have to take. You cannot be perfect in everything, except that fact that you cannot be perfect. It's about how you maneuver through it and take it forward. And secondly is, don't be afraid of anything. Right? If you have that fear, I think first and foremost, women don't take that step forward because they're scared they will fail. And what happens if you fail? Nothing happens. You fail. That's all. Because once you fail, only you understand the happiness of success. So that's exactly what it is. It's okay to fail. Fail first, fail fast. Then that's when you will succeed soon. It's okay to fail. Don't look for perfection. You cannot make everybody happy. That's what I feel.
Thank you, Rashmi. Sandhya, I think you have wanted to add a few things.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. I think one of the things when we're in the professional world is just to be a professional. To set aside the hat that are you a woman, are you a man, whatever. And that's been my way all the way. And even when I had started the startup 30 years ago in STP, that was the way it was. And having just come back from the US and having got a contract to work and needing to deliver on it, I knew I had to work late. So I'd send off my driver in the evening and then I'd drive back home late. So my father-in-law complained. He said, no, you can't come back, drive yourself so late. So the compromise was get 2 drivers. They worked in shifts. But I wasn't giving up on working late. And there were times that I needed to do that. And I'm really grateful for the way the family supported me. It's somewhat about ourselves setting the expectations of this is what work means to me, and this is what I need to do, and how can the ecosystem help to make it all happen.
Thank you so much. So listening from 3 of you, I could pick up that there's a lot which is dependent on the woman herself. So totally agree, and I would say on behalf of everyone here that, that first fire in the belly is to be with the women, and all of you who have listened to them would definitely agree, because, you could go to some extent with the support, but after that it's all your journey. That said, I'd like to move to a next set of questions which are basically about the pitfalls and the myths about women-led endeavors. So for example, how easy or how difficult it is to go and pitch something or lead something in a very male-dominated industry. Again, I totally see the point that you have to be a professional first, but that's one the starting point. But beyond that, there are always these myths that after certain age, certain stage of life, you cannot take some roles, or you should not. So some pitfalls and myths that are out there which we have to demystify today, because all of you have gone beyond those and completely taken a new shape. So definitely would like to hear from some of you on what could be those challenges, pitfalls that you have seen in your career so far, which were a little bit different than a usual industry that a woman should usually faces. So Rashida.
Yeah, hi. I think I'll just share a little bit of my story of how I began. So I'm basically a company secretary by profession. I'm a lawyer, and born, brought up in Mumbai, got married in Hyderabad. So when I came down to Hyderabad after my marriage, I was having a successful career with corporates in Mumbai. But when I came down to Hyderabad, somehow when I went for an interview, I didn't quite like the atmosphere, and I said that probably that's not the right kind of atmosphere to be in. So I thought, okay, let me just get into practice as a company secretary. And the biggest challenge, there were 3 challenges which I faced. One was I didn't know anybody in Hyderabad. It was absolutely a new city for me. My family, in the sense my in-laws, my husband, of course, did not have much of networking. There was no, because he was also working, so there was no kind of networking or in the business area. Second was that I came from a minority community, so that was a big challenge for me. And third, it came in as from the point of view that as a woman, right? So all the 3 were against me, and all of them, especially my professional peers, when I met them and I said, look, I want to set up practice. Can you help me at least introduce me to some corporates where I can do practice? And they all discouraged, saying you can't, it's best you go and work in a company, it'll be better. So that sort of, I took that as a challenge, and I said, no, I'm going to change this. So there was no woman company secretary in practice. In fact, there was nobody in practice. There were just 2 people who were in practice then. And nobody knew what a company secretary was as such, and what kind of services we could provide. So from there, I began my journey slowly and steadily, facing all odds. It was extremely difficult. First 2.5 years, 3 years were extremely, extremely difficult. A lot of discouragement, a lot of negativity. But then, if you have decided, and if you decided that, okay, you want to do it, I think you can do it. It just needs that guts. You have to have that, and a never give up attitude, and a belief in yourself that you can do it. So I think this is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashida. I'd like to hear from Pooja.
Can you hear me? No. Well, I would start off by saying, if at least in the limited exposure, global exposure that I have, if a man has to prove 100%, I've always seen female founders, a woman needs to prove 150%. And coming from the Gulf region, where it is a male-dominated society, culturally, if a man is considered the head of the family in India, in the Gulf, into 100x. Yeah, but so you should always have the heart for people to discourage you in all ways. So when I was my entrepreneur the first time, I remember my investor asking very weird questions as to what about if you get married, what about this, what about that. But by the end of the day, he got an exit even before my marriage, or I'm not even married. So it was like, he was basing something on a personal event in my life, but it would not necessarily be that. And then also, so even today, I have 3 male partners. One is a local UAE Emirati, one is a Jordanian national, one is a Lebanese national. So it's a challenge by itself to navigate through it. It's a challenge by itself to have a complete board and advisory board of all men. And then sometimes you need to put your foot down and say, no, this is what I'm trying to say. And there are times when I've taken a few leadership calls, they've called it emotional, but then whereas when the other counterpart takes it, it's logical, right? But then I always have the reasoning as to why do you find it emotional when I've written an email, I've done all of the Tarada steps, which ideally would have been accepted. But it's just that core belief of believing in yourself. If 99 people are not going to believe in you, there's going to be that one person who's going to believe in you. But then you, of course, cannot wait for all of you to believe, but it's about you know that you can make it happen and you work towards it. And that's what leads to success. So.
Well said. And I heard that story before, and I was so intrigued that, we have a very limited view about the myths or some of the images of our society within our window, and we rarely get to see the perspectives from a different country, different culture, different regions. And just to know or be aware of those will help us to build our confidence, because we think that what we have is not good enough. But in some cases, all the women should know this, that whatever they have today is good enough for them to take that first step. Because someone else somewhere in other regions probably are not having even that minimal thing that you need to go forward. So this was the very insightful personality that I came to know when I spoke to you. So thank you for sharing that. So I'd like to ask the same to Manisha, because one of the interesting point is she started after a good career break, but then she's now the president for HISIA in Hyderabad, and has a very great working career. So that myth as well, that there can be a good work-life balance. Is it a myth or a reality? Something that if you could share some of your views.
I think work-life balance is unnecessarily overhyped is my view. Yeah, we need to manage both, but it's just about prioritizing and not beating yourself up in case you are little less in one of the way I put it is that that is superwoman syndrome which we have. The women have this superwoman syndrome where they want to be the best and the perfect in everything they do. I would like to say that be the best and the perfect in the things which are important for what you want to achieve in life, and the other things you do so that they're managed well. That's the myth of work-life balance that I have come across. I remember hearing similar thoughts from Radha once, where Radha also mentioned about the work-life balance, saying whatever you are doing on the priority, decide on the priority and do that well. So
Well, thank you. Couldn't agree more.
And I heard from her about having 2 drivers and maid. So take support, have support system. You don't have to be the superwoman driving and doing everything. Take as much as, and I'm glad that your father-in-law told you that.
I completely agree with you. It's all about not just prioritizing, but becoming well at organizing yourself, organizing the system around you, and the help is there. I don't think that there are too many barriers. I was in Middle East as well, managing director for 100 countries, and I raised a son who's turned out to be a balanced individual, and yes, it's all possible, and absolutely, you should know when to go home and do what you need to do and work around it and make sure that your whole I wouldn't use the word balance, but you're prioritizing things at the right time for what is required. So from that perspective, it never affected me. I would say no. Having a career of 25 years and no major issues there. And especially in the Middle East, I completely agree. It's interesting, it resonates with me so much when you said professional first, because I've worked with a whole range of nationalities and 100 countries, and when you're the professional first, whether you're male or female doesn't come into the equation at all. It really doesn't, and you bring value to the table, and that is appreciated. That's what matters. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. So on that note, right, I'd like to actually pivot to the future, because all of us have different backgrounds or education, qualifications, experiences that have, and all of us don't do the same thing. So diversity is good just on this table or on this dais. But to, put that into the next generations in the educational systems, since you have a, good insight about how we can do so that we have quality. It's not just about the quantity, because most of the statistics say that, the girls will get gold medals and so forth, but they're not turning into leadership roles 10, 20 years later. So somewhere there is I won't say a gap, but there's a reason which I believe that we can actually fix it when they are getting into their educational system. So what differently do you think, or do you suggest? Because Jay Garu said we also have to suggest, and this is one of the places where we can do something. So we have lots of other consortiums that are out there which are going to be looking at the curriculums for, let's say, a domain. But I think this is a very important domain, because just from a India population, 50% are women and many are millennials or very young population. So what would you recommend after seeing the experience that you have that can groom the next women leaders?
I think I will just talk about Sadhguru's philosophy and how it's worked here. First thing he teaches very well is to bring out the best in each individual. So there's no stereotyping, I want you to become a doctor and an engineer or whatever. He really focuses on understanding at the teacher level what the skills of that particular student is. The second thing he does is builds a lot of confidence in them, to the extent where if you speak to our students, our undergraduates and postgraduates, they have a total clarity of purpose. So they're not swayed by others, by the community. They know where they want to go. And I've been in part of many of these functions where their clarity of purpose is tested, and they know where they want to go. So I think that instilling that in the generation of girls coming up is very important. Once they have clarity of purpose, they have the confidence. Confidence is about exposure as well. So they get a lot of exposure to all kinds of different backgrounds of people, situations and everything. And the third thing that is again instilled at a very early age is stability of the mind. Again, that comes with clarity of purpose as well. So once you have that clarity of purpose, things don't shake you as much as they would normally. So those are the three, I would say, big success factors where our girls, if you look at the postgraduates, at the age of 21, 22, they can run a whole campus. they can do everything from cooking in the campus to, teaching to, teaching them, Vedam or Sanskrit or whatever. Very confident. And that's because they've been raised that way. And, one of the messages is anybody with a daughter out there, give them those kind of exposures. Thank you.
Thank you, well said. Your views?
I would like to add one more to that. So I would request girls to have that self-confidence and self-respect for their own self, because during the school or college we see that girls being in the toppers list and they get through the jobs, and eventually after a period of time, definitely at the age of marriage and childbearing ages, they tend to give priority to the family and wanted to leave the career, right? So obviously there are a lot of ways of having inclusive spaces for work or giving work from home for a certain duration. But more than that, it should be from within that I want to do this, I want to have, I can take help and I can do bit more. Probably it will be for certain duration, but that self-motivation during that time, it's a very brief time, probably 5-6 years, but during that time it will be very helpful in a long run. Right? So just leaving career in 5-6 years and again trying to cope up is a very difficult step. Instead of that, having take support, and also companies also equally support in these kind of scenarios. So I think being self-motivated and not losing interest of own self should be the priority at those prime age to be at the senior level eventually, instead of restarting the career from the beginning.
So that's it, right? The segue to that is the role of a mentor or the role of a guru. So unless you are X number of years in your experience, you don't get into leadership trainings. That's what I've experienced 80% of the time. And then it goes back to that individual to absorb, because everything is given to all. It depends on that individual. So whatever I'm hearing right now it's a lot to do with that particular person and the self-motivation. But as an education system or as a corporate or in industry, society, I'm not even going to touch because that's a big far away from us. But the sphere of influence that we have, what is that one thing that we, at least the women here, can do? And I want to go one by one, because those will be some things that are coming back from your experiences and have worked. And I'm not talking about the person yourself, I'm talking about something which has happened outside of you, which has helped you, because that could be a reason for somebody to say, yes, I can do that to support another person who's sitting next to me or in my family or in my society. So I'd like to hear from each of you. What is that one or two things that we can do here that will motivate that person?
Very good afternoon, everybody. And sorry I got a little late, but that's a great question. The one or two things that we can do to motivate the students, or as young children, I think most of us here agree with me that when we went to school, our primary focus was only education, until we came of an age where probably that's when they started saying that, okay, now you have to get married, you have to learn cooking, or you have to now start looking at things other than education. But it's little different for the men, who continue to do their best in their professional life. But my view is, I think when the child is young, each of us should try to inculcate that holistic experience or influence on them, where they understand their higher purpose. Like ma'am just mentioned, that they have to understand their purpose and then work around that. So if we can inculcate that sort of a purpose within the students or children at a younger age, they will understand that it's not only about education, only profession, or only family. It is everything, right? It's an amalgamation of both. So we should be in a position to have that mindset where we can take ourselves forward in that direction.
So that's for the parents and the teachers, whoever are there, we have an option or a way to tell them that to have a purpose in the life.
Right.
Right. Thank you. Radha?
I'm actually the exec sponsor for empowering women in my company. I was both in YouTube as well when I was working in YouTube. I think one of the main things is in a lot of powerful positions that really matter, it's mostly men. So I think more than just mentoring and coaching women, which has to happen, and I think we need to bring in more men so that they can be a better allies and they can actually support, so it should not be just a dialogue between women, because it has to be a dialogue between people who have the power to change things. And I just want to illustrate with an example. So, I have this meeting with my CEO, Steerco, and it was like a heated debate between a couple of execs, and I was trying to get my point in, and he was like, he stopped the conversation and he said like, hey, Radha is trying to say something. Let her say it, right? So I think it's about men in powerful positions. They just need to, understand what is their role, how they can be, better supporters, of women, and we can't just expect them to just learn it on their own. So I think there is a lot of coaching that we need to do. So one of the things I'm trying to do is just set up meetings with all the senior leadership team members. Like, hey, here is my agenda as an exec sponsor for the women's group, and this is what I'm expecting from you. And this should, actually help them be a better leaders. It's not like, they're just doing anyone any favor. I think just creating a more inclusive organization will make them a better leader. And once they get it, I think a lot of them will actually, it's just that they don't know how to go about it.
So another way to say is he for she. I guess we had heard this term sometime, but the he for she is something that we can take up as one of the recommendations to formalize it in spaces where we can, and look for folks who actually can do that better than us. So thank you, Radha. Rashmi?
Give them a few tangible things. Give them a few tangible things to do, so that they don't have to think about it.
Absolutely. Rashmi?
I think most of the points, I don't know, because you're sitting next to me, I'm concurring with every point that she's saying. But however, I think one of the things that I also feel is, why do we women need empowerment? We are already empowered. We don't need additional, right? So just treat us as equal, except yes, physically, here and there, yes, there are pluses and minuses, but mentally, technically, skillfully, we are all equal. Just go with that and go with the flow. But I think what also is a problem is, as women, we want everybody to accept us, right? It's okay. Some people will not accept us. It's fine. We cannot. Again, I'll go back to the same thing. You cannot satisfy everybody. If somebody doesn't accept you, it's fine. Move on. One of the brilliant decision-making process, or one of the brilliant aids that we have, is we can make a choice. If you feel that atmosphere is not conducive, if that team or the people around you are not adding to your growth or progress, are not being a positive influence to you, it's okay. Just choose not to be there. Make a choice. You have an option. It's not the end of the world. That's what I feel.
So let me sum it up, Rashmi. I guess a very famous author, Carol Dweck, she writes about this on being mindful, and then one of the ways that she explains about the ranking system that we have from 1 to 5, and that means that there is 1 is like a fail, but in their terminology, it's more about not there yet, rather than always trying to get that flying colors. So I guess what you're saying is, in our heads we have this aspect of expectation from ourselves that we have to be having that 5 all the time, but I guess we can keep telling us that we are not there yet, but we'll still keep trying.
Yeah, we are work in progress.
We are work in progress. Well
and
said.
Why ask for equality? We are all equal. We don't have to ask for something that we already have.
Yeah. Thank you, Pooja.
It's so nice to hear wonderful thoughts from people. So for me, for the young leaders, I think, as Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful tool that you can use to change the world. So I think education is the key for us to see a lot of women leaders or women to, be on boards, be it anyone, right? So I think that is something I stand for. And today, what I am today is also to my alma mater of all the institutions that I've been in and how they've shaped me to take the bold step to stand against the odds and to stand for who I believe in and for my purpose. So I think education is the key. So I would start with the younger leaders. We should, as Shri Sadhguru said even yesterday, we should just work towards the percentage of education going higher in women, and we all should be that supporting force for that. And by doing that, we are, winning.
So I guess what I'm hearing is we all have to go back to our colleges and spend some time with our next batches and give away and maybe, partner with organizations which are already doing. And that's one of the ways where we can, give back, not just, spiritually, but also on paper. So something that you should all sign today, saying that you will go back with, an understanding that you will probably teach one student or maybe a bunch of students from your college. Yeah, each one teach one. I think we have the there's a homework to do. So, Sandhya Garu.
Yeah, I'd just like to put a little bit of a different spin on the whole thing. I don't know why we think women in India are not doing their bit. I think they're doing great. Just look at this awesome panel sitting right here. Look at all the awesome presentations and people pitching right there. They're just doing just absolutely great. And when I think about when I went to college, I was one of two girls in the whole class across the universities. And I did happen to get the gold medal, and that didn't work against me, so Praveena, so there. And the point is that even in all the colleges are women, and they're doing great. So the only little gap, if there is one to be filled, is that you are doing great, just keep doing great, believe in yourself, empower yourself, and keep being persistent, and don't look at obstacles as obstacles, but as opportunities and problems to solve, to keep moving forward. And that just changes the whole dynamic. And having worked 20 plus years in industry, and in the last 15 wearing kind of an academic hat with having a lab in IIIT where I was doing teacher training for teachers in engineering colleges, helping them to bridge the gap for students. This has been part of my yajna, so to speak. And I have found incredible change as the teachers and the heads of the department and women have empowered themselves. Those that used to not sit in the center table, who would sit outside, not speak their mind, I have seen them as I have encouraged them to, you have brilliant ideas, go ahead, speak up, just say it, what's going to happen. And from there to see that sea change, and seeing these professors now leading women in engineering sections, IEEE women sections, and getting best, professor awards and all that is just incredible. So I think that's one aspect. The other aspect is that children are natural managers. I remember my 5-year-old waiting for me to come back from work and said, Amma, I have a chart to do. Can you help me with that? This was many years ago, of course. And I said, okay, what do we need to do? And she described the whole thing. And I said, okay, let's do it. She said, okay, here are the colors. Here's the chart paper. You draw so beautifully, Amma, start. I said, okay. And then she literally made me do the whole project. I said, if I'm doing the whole thing, why don't you go to bed? It's late. Said, no, I'm going to sit here. And she was, quote unquote, managing me. And after I was all done, she drew the borders, wrote her name and class, and rolled it up put a rubber band, put it on the side and said, now you can go to bed, Amma. So, a lot of our education tends to put one size fits all to everybody, and that's the problem. So we need to fix our education system so that we allow the natural interests of people, whether they be boys or girls, to prevail and not bucket them into engineers, doctors, and one more other. And I think that I'm already seeing in this last 15 years, and I feel very grateful to be in that space right now and having mentored many people. That's what inspires me to keep going. And I think there's great opportunity for more people to just help in mentoring, sharing your knowledge, sharing some pitfalls, which will help someone else to just move out and be more of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So again, I'll go back to the homework that we have to do. So two things I heard. One is also talk about the things that are working well. The aspect of the STEM education in schools, specifically for the girls and how they do it. We say we communicate a lot, but I don't think, we are communicating in the right places. So one of the aspects is, how much and to what extent we should talk about the successes as well as, the places that all of us have come to. So one statistics I'll give you is that, this is the largest ever roundtable I have, ever conducted, because we've always had very few women in leadership. So this itself is one good picture that I'm going to carry for some time, because this represents a very, that many number of years of experience.
I was thinking that it's the first time that I'm not the only lady in the panel.
Yeah, so I guess this is something that we should celebrate. It's not just happening, just like that. I really want to take this opportunity to say thank you that we are part of this round table here. So that's the first one. The second one is also about, the manager in you or a certain skill that you may have, which we have to identify early on. And that would go to, someone sitting in that position. But again, we all have those leadership roles in our own organization. So maybe, come up with a way or program, something that if it's already existing with one of you, you can share with us so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. But there's a space that is required for nurturing that skill, which is very raw, early on. So that would be something that's my second takeaway. Maitri?
One more point I would like to add. So we usually tend to give away the credit to the people, to the family or the spouse or the support system that we have. And we take very less credit of our own work, right? And I think we need to start talking about our accomplishments as well and create more role models in this space so that we look up to someone else who have much more accomplished, but and also the next generation to see us as the role models. So we need to set up those kind of examples with our stories and also tell that what was our journey and also what we have done to reach there, both good and bad odds, everything. But we need to create more and more role models and take some, I can have a mentor for myself and I can mentor someone else who is younger than me. So this kind of system, I think, will help in making more girls and women achieve what they want to do.
So connecting to that, I feel that we are very bad at marketing ourselves, starting from writing a resume or a profile document. So maybe the other thing that I'll probably propose as part of the white paper is that we do have to first teach how to speak about your own accomplishments in your own words and go completely unbiased about yourself. So maybe a training which is already available with someone can sponsor that and say that we will teach all of them at a very young age about how, making them comfortable to speak about themselves. So Manisha, you spoke about, only women there, most of the time in the, forums, but something that you would like to give away as a suggestion that we all can incorporate going forward?
See, I'll borrow from Michelle Obama's words. She said, have gigantic dreams. I think that is the starting point. Many times we're just happy, like, okay, we're doing job. That's big enough, because even that is not so easy for a woman. So, or we're starting a business. They're saying, I'm doing business, I'm earning good enough, right? But they'll not think about having franchisee and going global. So that gigantic dreams is the starting point. And the other thing which I observed is asking for help. There was a Harvard study which was done, and when they gave a task to be done which couldn't be done by one person, and they gave it to the group to do, 85% of the men quickly asked for help to the others because they understood I can't do it. But only 20% of the women in that group said, okay, I should take help. So we were hesitant to take help. While one thing I learned is that just ask for help, and I keep asking for help, and people are very kind to me. Lots of them are here in the hall too. So yeah, I ask for help. That's another thing, and which we need to teach. Now what happens is that talking in the panel, and as you said that I get lots of opportunities to keep talking about what we should do, what is it that can be done. So I asked myself that how long am I just going to do prescriptive conversations? Why don't I take the first step? And I looked at my life and I said, I'm already doing 4 full-time jobs. So how will I fit it in? And then no, I'll give 2 hours every week for helping young professionals or women professionals with 10, 15 years experience, as well as college students. And I have introduced a workshop which is called Transforming Reality, and I've already done it in 2 corporates, and I have also done it for 1,165 girls. I'm very proud of it. Because I touched lives in some way. It's very daunting. Even like I remember first time when I had to go and ask one corporate leader, can I do it? And I thought he was like, what will he respond? He'll say, Manisha ko kuch kaam nahi hai, aur ye kuch extra leke aayi hai. I was very scared to go and ask, but I told myself that I'll not have lunch unless I ask these 2 people. And in the gathering that we're eating with, I found 2 very friendly people, and I asked them, can I do it? I'm trying to do something for women. Can I do it for your organization? And the response was so overwhelming. They said, seriously, you'll do it? I said, yeah, I want to. So it was quite nice that I have introduced that. And if anybody wants to see the feedback on that, they can go on LinkedIn and search on hashtag Reflect with Manisha. Lots of people have given feedback. So it's something I thought, let me start. Let me do something.
So thanks, Manisha. And while you were speaking, the one word that came to my mind when you said that, I'll make 2 hours for so and so things. So that means a time management. We are very good managers. They're very good managers. I guess we have to do some reverse training. So I would also say that, how do we manage, and how we speak, how we are not speaking about the things that we do very easily but very tactfully. Some of us should probably do that as an offering to many, many other industries on how we multitask and how we manage the time. So maybe it's about that white paper. I'm thinking from that point of view, that about giving back a lesson on time management from this group in future. So thank you, Rashida.
Yeah. So I'll come a little differently because I come from a law background, and we do a lot of, we work with the government and we try to make a lot of policy changes. So if you see that there are 2 major things that came out from the government recently. One was that every company, certain size company, should have a woman director, 1 director on the board, right? Just from the gender diversity perspective. But I feel that companies are just doing that for the sake of, complying, but they don't really believe that women can bring that gender diversity or can make a difference. Because what I have seen is that people generally bring their wives as a director on the board just for the sake of getting them on the board. So I was thinking differently. It says, why do we probably board is not a place where the women can really contribute much, because the board anyway, it's there for the sake of there, right? I feel that we should have at least the government coming out with a policy, just like it came with a CSR policy, wherein they said 2% compulsory profits have to go for CSR. I know, I agree with you that we women don't require support. I also agree that we are equal to anybody. I am a full advocate of that. I don't believe in any kind of reservations, and I totally voice myself against it. But only from the perspective just to make that change and to give that initiation so that people realize what we are and what we can do as women. We should try and see if we can get something that in the leadership, where I'm talking about as chief, we have a chief financial officer, we have a chief technological officer, we have chief, so we should have somebody on as a chief women executive, which should be able to drive a particular vertical, whatever it could be, in technology, as an executive, as a manager, probably if not from the government, but I think at the organization level, and what Manisha said, if we could get the corporates, large corporates, to come out, that we will come out with a program where we will try to skill women from the managerial level to the top level, give them the training that is required, make them go to these kind of management schools where they can train themselves and learn manage. Probably they don't have the financial capabilities, but if the corporates can give that, and we can make them do these courses and give them that leverage, I'm sure that we could make a lot of changes. So probably from this forum, what we can take back, or probably what we can do over the next 12 months, is see if we can reach large corporates and give them this idea of, can we, can you bring this policy as a policy framework within your organization, get them to do some training programs, set aside certain financial commitment that we will send 5 or 10 capable women to some good, like ISBs or, these kind of schools, train them and absorb them and bring them to the higher level. So I think that would be my thought.
You know what, it's such an excellent thought, and I'm very proud that some of the companies actually have made it. It has been a tough journey. Yes, so it's not based on just the diversity. They are basically making very good financial sense. So companies which are having women on their board or leadership positions are doing great. So any investor out here, and I'm pretty sure people who will be listening to us in the YouTube channel should definitely listen. Your company is definitely going to do good. So, so with that, over to you, Shobna Garu.
Thank you. Just to let you know, I got appointed on a board just recently for that reason, for diversity, but in all the board meetings, there's equal participation, so they see the value added. So, but anyway, you've all covered mostly what I would have said. One last thing is really a basic point: building confidence, instilling confidence in the women is the most important. And one of the things my father did when I was almost 16, I wanted to travel on my own, and instead of saying no and how would you cope and etc., he said to me, he says, please go, it will broaden the mind. So I would encourage alone. I went to Israel on my own, and it was it's the best. It built my confidence to a level where I felt that nothing's impossible in the world. You put your mind to it and you can do it. So, I'm not advocating anybody to just do it, and you have to understand the way you do it and how you do it so that you do have a safe travel. But it's all possible. There's many ways of instilling confidence. So, any form, whether you're good at something and build that in confidence. My son was very good at maths and built his confidence from a young age. That can happen to every single person, and once you build that confidence, you can see that they suddenly realize they can do a lot more than the mind will tell them. So that's all I would say.
Interesting, and I actually would say that, not myself, but my parents didn't allow me. but I have 2 daughters, and we actually had a plan. They executed everything, went together on their own when they were much younger to get that experience, and you truly said it very right. At the end of the day, if you're confident, I think you will really conquer the world. So excellent point, and one of the ways you said is travel. So look for more travel itineraries here, not for ourselves, but I think we have to let the others as well in our colleges and schools or at work travel to different destinations. That teaches a lot, builds the confidence. So maybe we have to put that as another suggestion, that create some forums where we can have these not conferences, but some kind of an activity which will allow us to move from our comfort zones.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah. So Sunita?
So I have a point to make here. As a woman now, and as a girl child then, did we face the challenges? Yes, we did. So did we have all those stress throughout our journey? Yes, we did. And do we multitask? Yes, we do. But yet, we are all successful women now. And then there are many, many men who helped and supported women to be successful. I'm sure this will go through, and then we have to empower ourselves and support women leaders who are in their journey coming up and would be successful women leaders coming up. And that is a stand that we need to take and include in our white paper. How are we going to support other women leaders coming up? From schools or colleges to corporates, we need to support them. So we have to take a stand. Men will support us. We are no way less than anyone. All support is what we are getting, and we will prove ourselves. And world is changing. We are across the borders everywhere. So with this, I would like to ask, what inspires you as a woman in business?
So we'll start from here?
Yep.
Quick rapid fire. So this is a more rapid fire. So inspiration in one word or one sentence.
Just the ability to create something, to get something accomplished, is in itself a big motivator. Thank you.
Someone smile, that's good enough inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, the inspiration is to give back whatever I have learned and make sure that I create an environment where I can have a multiplier effect, as Sadhguruji said. So that's what it is.
I would say learning, earning, and returning.
Wow. Note that point.
I would say the impact, the kind of work that we do, and the kind of impact that we are able to create for bigger audience. I think that is very motivating and inspiring.
I would say taking ownership of whatever it is that we are trying to do. When we do that, no matter who it is, whether it's a student, young child, teacher, professional, women, whoever, taking ownership and then doing it, you get that great confidence, and that empowers you to take on more challenges and keep taking more ownership, and the cycle continues. Knowledge, ownership, doing, empowerment. Thank you.
I would say value creation and impact. What value you're creating in the society. You wanted to say this. Value creation and impact. What value you're creating in the society, and how it has a ripple effect on all facets. So that's my inspiration.
Okay, I think I'll say what inspires me. I've got it tattooed on myself. Because this is called, it's called Be the Difference, and I think that's what inspires me in anything that I do. Whatever I do, wherever I go, I just want to be the difference.
I would say purpose and impact. It's always informed my choices and career, and will continue to do so. Now that I have the mic, I just wanted to say one thing. I don't know, because it's a startup festival, I'm not sure if there is actually a fund that only women run. And if there isn't, I think probably that's something worth considering. And you should probably fund only companies that at least are founded by women,
or at least have one woman in the exec role, otherwise, you wouldn't be investing in that company. So I just wanted to share that idea.
Nice. So being able to feed one more family, right? Just one more family apart from your own self, being able to create that economy around you, being able to create value and being able to change somebody's life of what you've done. I think that inspires me to be an entrepreneur.
Excellent insights. Don't you think, audience? All right, so we've had all the hard work. Let's listen from them. What is the stress buster? In very simple words again.
What is a stress buster? I think playing around with your kids, I think they're the happy, we call them happy officers.
All right. This is not going in the white paper though. Watching a lot of international shows. I used to work in YouTube. I used to joke, if someone I used to contribute to the watch hours, watch time. I know Jyoti is giving me a hint, but I have many stress busters. It generally depends on my mood. But the biggest is retail therapy. Retail therapy. Shopping. Netflix, shopping, and traveling.
And retail therapy, I would definitely do that any day.
One thing I found that when you're having fun doing what you're doing, it's not stressful at all, and you want to keep doing more. Having said that, here's what I do.
Wow! Excellent. My goodness. Fantastic.
Yeah, I think not the dance part, but having that me time for our own selves and doing the fun activities that we want to do during that time. I usually take out my time, at least few hours in a week.
Wow. Tell us how you do that. Struggling with me time these days.
How many of you know Pinterest?
Pinterest, yes.
Yeah, so Pinterest is my instant 10-second stress buster. I don't need any time for that. Any stupid thing happening in life or in meeting, just do Pinterest and live do Pinterest. So Pinterest is fun.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I also have a lot of things as stress buster, but what I really enjoy is I love to go in the kitchen and try to cook up something new dishes and experiment on my family. So I love doing that. The next I do is I love a lot of crochet. So I do a lot of crochet. So I mean, if I'm sitting in the car, I have my crochet on. If I'm in the flight, I have my crochet on. So it's amazing. It's lovely. So that's what I do.
I live here in Mudanali, and my biggest stress buster is really walking around the ashram or listening or watching some of Sadhguru's videos. To me, both of them put me back on the right path.
My stress buster is put on the music and dance. The stress is released.
So we have someone to... I sing, I listen to music, so we have a dancer and someone who can listen to both, so it's excellent. So thank you ladies for being candid and speaking from your heart. We have time for questions from the audience, so let's see. Okay.
I'll answer you this question.
This is for Manisha Sabu. So I've started following your LinkedIn. What I see is every day you are in some or other location celebrating something or other or doing volunteering work, and you have a day job of Infosys, being an Infosys head. So hi Sia. So how are you managing all these things these days? Are you, 24 hours, did you buy more hours these days?
Actually, I sometimes wonder that why do I have free time? Because I have free time. And I think I can do so many things because I trust my team a lot and I depend on them to help me out. I tell them this has to be done in this timeline. I'll just, like her daughter did, I'll just put the checkpoints and make sure things are done right, and wherever there is a problem, I will jump in. I think it's not about doing everything by ourselves, it's about making sure that we are grooming leaders and who are doing the work. So please don't give me credit for everything that happens in Infosys, in my portfolio or in HYSIA. There are lots and lots of people who are supporting me in that.
So good evening. It was very nice listening to you, and we feel motivated after we heard you speaking. So I'm from an academic background. I take care of entrepreneurship initiatives at my institution, PSG Krishnamal College for Women in Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. So we do a lot of work to, encourage students to take up the journey of entrepreneurship one side. Also a lot of students wanting to take up jobs, so there are trainings and things happening. But at the end of the graduation, sometimes the parental constraints are so severe that 40% of them kind of, get stuck. They don't take up something that they want to do, or they don't get into jobs. They get into the normal family life which their parents decide for them, and it takes at least some 30-35 years of age for them to start thinking of something of their own, and by that time their contemporaries have already settled in life. So I don't know, this is a social problem, but what are some of your thoughts as how academicians like us can do something about this?
It's a really good question, and it is a genuine problem everywhere. In this institution, I think what happens is right from the 11th standard onwards, is a lot of attention paid to helping the student understand what they're good at, what they would like to do long term, and bringing the best out of that. And for that, you really have to make sure that there's not just academic focus, because not everybody is good at academia. So it's really pulling that interest out of the girl to the extent where by the time they get to the 12th standard, they understand what they want to do in life. And then also the second thing, which I think was covered yesterday in the fireside chat as well, understanding that higher purpose of life. If you really and the students would understand what we are doing here, what our purpose in life is, then those two together will avoid these big parental pressures that come in, and they're able to almost work with the parents to come to an amicable solution. We've seen that success here, and that's what we're sharing here.
I would also like to add a point there. It's never late to start. So wherever, whatever position, and once you define your purpose, you want to teach someone. Is that what your purpose is? Start from wherever. You don't have to have a college. You don't have to get into an institution and become a teacher or a professor, and start from home. You can start with teaching. End of the day, you get what you want, and you are doing what you want once you define the purpose, and it's never too late to start anything. Age is just a number.
I think that's great inputs, and I think now more than ever before, the world is our oyster, really, because the difficulties that women face if they have less strength or whatever is not so impactful in the so-called the tech world, and especially in the last 2 decades, that's been already proven. We just need to be able to educate and empower young so that they understand this and know what options they have and how they can fulfill themselves regardless of where they are sitting, at home or otherwise.
Okay, I think, yep, here.
Yeah.
Okay, I was actually enjoying this talk, believe me. Give a round of applause to them. Really, I love the talk. You guys would have seen me with just clapping for everything. I only have, before the question, I have one joke for you. So, I love the way you shared about the stress buster. Nobody said talking to husband.
Actually, it's the case for the men as well.
That's the stress. Okay, so I think the knowledge which you have, I really want that to pass to the middle class, the lower middle class, and the rural. What I feel is that right now I've come from Hyderabad. I'm actually, part of ITTV news channel. So I came out here, I'm listening, I'm really enjoying. I really feel that this should pass. I don't know how will you be able to drive and let the people hear it. Because I love, the way she said that travel helped her understand, that what is confidence. Someone else said that, being at home, handling the kitchen, handling bedroom, everything, helps you to understand management. So I was just loving the conversation of how, nuclear family or joint family, how we learn a lot in the house itself. I really want, I don't know who will be able to answer it. How will you be able to transfer this knowledge to the middle class, the lower middle class, and the poor? Thank you, by the way, again.
Well, the question about, we didn't thank our husbands or this, I think it's beyond that. We are very professionals, to be honest here, so we'd like to thank them. But that said, you brought up a good point about, how this has to be percolated to all the different sections. This is the best time. I think we all will agree that the technology that we have in hand and so easy to use, maybe this is another suggestion that we will have to say some kind of a channel or some kind of a forum where we can have a very small 2-3 minutes videos or some other information. But again, we are very wary about information being available so much. So we do need sponsors and the kind of content that will resonate. And I can very honestly say on behalf of everybody that we will be there if we have to speak at every place where it is required to make that impact. Do you think, ladies?
I also just want to add something. So today I'm an entrepreneur because of the situation in my house. I had a grandmom who was a widow, and then no one was there even for someone to go and pay the bills, like your current bill, your phone bill, your water bill. And that's when I think I was still in class 4 or 5, and that's when she said, if you do all of this task, like you go in the cycle and you pay all of these bills, then I pay you 10 rupees, all of these job, and to earn that. So I think all of us, even, as you rightly said, at home we all can start with giving small tasks to any of the people at home to make them entrepreneurs, or for them to find ways how they can solve a lot of issues. I still remember that was the time when the machine came in the water bill, and then there was no one to help me. I was like, okay, how do I figure it out? Then I had to do the, cut the change and then put the money, and then I happened to put more money and I got shouted by my grandma, why did you pay more bill? But that was a learning for me. It was a learning curve as to how you can navigate through it. So I think all of us should be the medium to teach all of us around us to be better entrepreneurs, and then a platform like this would definitely get the messaging across, where a lot of us speak about our stories of what we have gone through for what we are today, so that somewhere will trigger something is doing that, yeah, this is going to help me, or this is what I'm doing, it kind of is a spark.
I have a question probably for anyone who wants to take it, for the entire panel. If we conduct such a panel, say 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line, I want to know, 1, should there be such panel? 2, would you be on the dais or probably doing something else? What do you think would be the theme, and who do you think will be the participants in such a panel discussion 10 or 20 years later from now?
I think 10 or 20 years down the lane, there'll be a panel for men in business, because women in business will be the new normal. So we would have to be inclusive towards men in business and encourage them, because we will be so overpowered. It's just so yeah.
Perfect. I think there is no doubt about having any of us not being there. So, but I love the answer though. Thank you. There's one more. Okay.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. My name is Saujanya Mukha. I'm the founder and CEO of My B2B Network. I have a small question. We just discussed about the superwoman syndrome, right? That's a fact. As a woman, even I and the women around me suffer with the superwoman syndrome, right? As a great leaders, if you could shower some of your knowledge on tips and tricks coming out of the guilt factor. While we are trying to be a superwoman, we fail, but coming out of is the end goal, right? What are your suggestions and tips and tricks on coming out of it?
Since I use that word, I think I'll also explain a little more.
Yeah.
So the things which I tend to do is, one, as I mentioned, get support system, ask for help. Unashamedly ask for help everywhere and anywhere. That's first part. Second is, decide on what you want to be, and everything else, say no to it. Don't be in that circle where you want to be loved by everybody and you like to be. I'll give you an instance.
Okay.
My mother-in-law are very important people, right?
Right.
So you want to be in their good books. Try as much as you can. So my mother-in-law would go to all kind of events, functions. She was very social. She's no more longer there. And she would come home and tell me, somebody's who did such good puja thali decoration, puja thali decoration. And here I don't have time to do puja, forget about puja thali decoration. So how do I deal with this situation? Every day she will come and say, uski bahu ne ye acha banaya, uske bahu ne wo acha banaya. And then how do I deal with it? So I would say, unhone acha banaya na, apna bhi unhe se hi bana lo. They just have to have some smart responses and move on instead of taking it personally. So don't try to take it personally. My manager once told me that leaders need to have thick skin, and I corrected him, or my internalization of that was, women leaders need to have thicker skin. Okay, let people speak, it's fine. They're talking from their perspective. Don't even waste time to correct them.
Right.
Okay, don't waste time and energy to correct them, or even say, why did this person say this? Why me? What did I do wrong? No, from their perspective, they are right. And they have every right to their opinion. I am moving on. I'm okay with their opinion. They have right to their opinion. But I have my life which I will live on my terms. So that's the second thing, that, be thick-skinned, take help. And the important thing is, if possible, create a vision board. And in that vision board, if you know what are the things you want to do, you will have that clarity about where you want to spend time, and you will not worry about everything else, because that is not on your vision board. So it's okay, do the minimum required for that. So these are three things I would say.
Yeah, great answer. I just want to add what Manisha was just talking about, being a superwoman. We did not prove to anybody that we are superwoman is one. And the second is the inner ability. As such how we are superwoman. As Indra Louis' mother says, you might be the boss and the CEO at office, but at home you are a mother, you are a daughter, you are a sister. So you need to take the responsibilities of home. Second is, women need to delegate work. We are very bad at delegation. We want to see doing everything all by ourselves. As long as we do all by ourselves, we are trying to say that we are the best. So please try to delegate your responsibilities to others. Let everybody be part of the inclusive growth. So that is where the superwoman comes. So I'm clear from my side of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with everything. I just wanted to add one more thing. We have a lot of compassion for everyone around us. I think we should start, with self-compassion. Love yourself, prioritize yourself. When you're successful, I think you can amplify your impact that much more. So, start with yourself.
Wow, that was the best message to end the conversations for now. I'm pretty sure that we'll have plenty more once we come off. But with that, I would like to hand over and
just one last question. That's okay.
I think let me ask quick time check. Can we take one last question?
Yeah. Just one last question, please.
Thank you very much. So good evening, ladies. You all look beautiful today. So feminism is, widely used term, but it has like many misconceptions attached to it. So what is feminism for you all, and how do you think that it can bring a positive change in the future?
Since I have the mic, I will take it. I think for me, feminism is doing things with grace. That's about it. Grace and elegance. So there is always multiple ways to do one particular thing. Even when you're cooking, you can cook and make a messy kitchen, but when you can cook and have a clean kitchen too, right? It's just about doing things with a grace. That's about it.
Yeah, so feminism, as you rightly said, is definitely, misused by a lot, right? I mean, in the name of feminism, they're trying to get a lot of things which are not correct, or, trying to put themselves or even kind of disregard or disrespect the other gender, which I think is wrong. So I think we are all equal, like everybody said. So nobody is better than the other, right? We are all equal. And yes, just as we respect our men, we always expect that the men should respect us. And I think that is what is feminism for me. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for the last question, and thank you, ladies.
Thank you everyone. So all the great women are here and have given the great suggestions out of their experiences. And I'm sure all the women in here are taking these as a greater suggestions and taking this forward. Yeah, thank you. Please wait for the photograph and you may take the mementos. I request Bipin to hand over the mementos to all the women.
Mike. for being a wonderful audience. I'm sure that was a great panel, which was Women in Business. With that, I would like to request all of you to we all take a 15-minute break before we proceed with the day. So see you right after the break in 15 minutes. We have coffee, tea served outside. Please feel free to get some sugar and caffeine loaded. I would also like, after the break, we all gather here for an award ceremony. The awards are for the achievers that we have nominated and elected. It's a Lifetime Achievement Award that the Satyasai Trust is giving to some of the really acclaimed achievers. Please do come back after a short break and enjoy the Lifetime Achievement Awards. Enjoy the success of your fellow citizens.
The world read its first newspaper. 1920, the world heard its first radio news. 1980, the world watched its first 24. TV9 Bangla, the choice of Bhadralok.
For joining us this evening. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you for the S Global launch.
Is the sort of capital in Europe for startups, and our idea is with this S Global alliance that we are creating, it will actually facilitate startups.
To have connect all the dots, key stakeholders for all the stuff, and as you say, we are in the historic thing moment with a historical launch, with historic people, somebody who's been movers and shakers of their industry.
Between the European companies, UK-based companies, and within the Indian startups, so that everybody will be benefited.
We've been very much dependent on IT and all the technologies. So we're just trying, let's see how we can improve the relationship between India and UK and work better with the technologies.
It's very important that some of the entrepreneurs who probably want to kind of launch their products or come very innovative products, this platform, can help them kind of connect with people and see, how that works for them.
I think we are a force to reckon in our actions and in all our generation to come. We need to be an example in our life.
What we found is missing is perhaps the go-to-marketing strategy. If somebody wants to go and hit the ground running from here to India or from vice versa from India to the UK, it's a pretty daunting task.
And he wants to head to the US. I said, no sir, we have London also is a place where there's a lot of things that can happen. We can really try to promote the corridor and is more receptive.
We really must work together to attract the best from around the world, but also to boost our domestic skills. So we have an AI skills conversion course in this country that we're developing and rolling out at the moment. Are we declaring this open? Yes. Fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of unicorns are coming from India at this point of time, and what I have seen, the technology is playing a level playing field. Earlier only big business houses, only they used to start a company, they used to succeed. Today, even a farmer's son or daughter can come out with an idea, and there are investors to invest in that idea, and they are taking those products globally.
Working with Indian clients, Indian partners and UK clients in India on many projects, my experience of working with India was just by some margin the best out of all the countries I ever worked with.
The beauty, because I meet the students who come over here from India, the vision they have for the world. They don't have a vision for their own village or only for the Indian country. They want to be the part of the global community.
The point is that we have been arguing quite significantly that it's time we shifted our investments to friends, nations that we have grown with and been part of. And of course there is no other nation as great in that lexicon of friends as India. I tell you that now. And I also say to you that I'm the first generation of my family not to have been born in India for 200 years. So I like to claim an idea that had things been different, I might be sitting where you are and you might be standing here where I am. So I claim that for myself and for my family.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's happened at last. I've been waiting for 30 years for the huge opportunities between India and England to start to come to fruition, and that exactly what's happening at grassroots level, at infrastructure investment. There's been rising investment from England to India and rising participation from India back again.
So I think our relationship should be two-way. It's built on a long, long history. We all know that. We have a huge amount in common, but we can continue to learn from each other. And I think that's what this is all about.
The cause to start young children, young youths, so to speak, in the right way is actually very, very good object.
They are setting up their own companies. They're doing so driven by a sense of purpose and worth. And I think that is truly liberating and can only occur genuinely in countries like India and like the UK, liberal democracies that value the power of innovation, the power of challenge, the power of thinking differently.
It's clear to us that India has a bright future as a global balancing power. The relative decline of Europe and the systemic rivalry between US and China leave room for an Indian vision of international order and development.
And I can tell you there are more Indians on the French-speaking side, but they are not known to many people, but very dynamic people there, and the sixth, seventh generation people are there as industrial laborers who came to the islands, and there are lots of opportunities to be explored there too.
Good evening. Request everyone to kindly take their seats as we will be commencing the evening program shortly. Good evening and welcome to the evening session of Day 2 of the India Startup Festival 2023. We offer our collective respects to Sadhguru Sri Madhusudan Sai and a hearty welcome to the dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Galla Ramachandra Naidu, founder, Amaraja Group. Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, Chairman of the Asian Institute of Gastroenterology and AIG Hospitals, Hyderabad.
Dr. Raja Mohan Rao, Chairman and Founding Member, United Telecoms Limited. Mr. Shivakumar Surampudi, Chairman, Technico Agri Sciences Limited.
Mr. Vineet Rai, Founder, the Avishkar Group.
Dr. Kazuhiro Chiba, President, Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, Japan. Mr. Sri Atluri, Managing Director, Global Head of Enterprise Quality Engineering at BNY Mellon.
Mr. J.A. Chowdhury, Key Architect, Indian Tech Industry, Chairperson and Convener, India Startup Festival. Mr. B.N. Narsamurthy, Chancellor, Sri Sathya Sai University for Human Excellence.
Our founder, Sadhguru Sri Madhusudan Sai, visionary leader spearheading service initiatives in the verticals of nutrition, education and healthcare across 33 countries and the guiding light behind the India Startup Festival.
I think we can all agree that we have had a wonderful 2 days thus far with engaging and thought-provoking dialogue, networking sessions and ample opportunities for collaboration. This evening, we will have 4 more memorandums of exchange of understandings exchanged. The first MOU will be between the India Startup Foundation and the Atal Incubation Center, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. May we please invite Mr. Ramji Palela, Chief Operating Officer of AICCCMB, and Mr. J.A. Chowdhury to please come forward. The MOU aims to support the creation of a collaborative ecosystem for startup development.
Moving on, the next MOU will be between India Startup Foundation and iSprout Dynamic Co-working Space. May we please invite Mr. Praveen, Assistant Vice President Operations, onto the dais for the exchange. Mr. Praveen from iSprout Dynamic Co-working Space. Thirdly, My Startup TV will collaborate with the India Startup Foundation as a media partner. May we please invite Major Sunil Shetty for the MOU exchange. Major Sunil Shetty from My Startup TV.
Firstly, thank you, Saiji and Chaudhary sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My Startup TV is a dedicated startup media for startups, and we have created this because we wanted to give exposure and for the Indian startup community, be it investors, be it entrepreneurs. And I take this opportunity to say this, that MyStar TV, all our 4 verticals, which is the OTT platform, world's first OTT platform for startups, and our magazine that we launched today, which is a monthly magazine, e-magazine, our podcast, and our web television where we broadcast 24/7, will be used for promoting all the startups that are associated with ISF and also the enablers. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, sir, it's free of cost. As sir says, free of cost. We'll not charge for that. Thank you.
Sadhguru often says that the purpose of life is to lead a life of purpose. And in finding the purpose of one's life, one also positively impacts the lives of everyone else around them. The India Startup Foundation takes this opportunity to recognize and honor the invaluable contributions of 8 such illustrious individuals, alongside successful careers in their respective fields. Each of them has exemplified the virtues of integrity, hard work, dedication, and most importantly, they have all stayed rooted in their value systems. May I first invite Mr. Bipin Pendyala, co-founder of the India Startup Festival, to please open this segment. Mr. Bipin.
Good evening, everybody. It's an actual pleasure for the entire ISF team to be here and to be able to honor some of the people for the Lifetime Achievement Award. As all of you would have realized by now, the tenets of ISF is essentially to look at the rural and the rural poor, look at agriculture, look at financial inclusion, look at impact through our life to the larger society. And we've been very, very fortunate to be able to identify, and most important, we've been very fortunate that we were able to request, and these individuals have actually graciously accepted the Lifetime Achievement Award that ISF wants to give them. And at ISF, we strongly, strongly believe that by giving the award to them, it is not an honor to them, it's actually an honor to ISF for the opportunity they are bestowing on us by accepting the award. And we really, really thank you, all of you, to have taken the time to come here and to accept our award. Thank you very much.
Our first Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Dr. Galla Ramachandra Naidu Garu for excellence in manufacturing. Dr. Naidu has made pioneering efforts in establishing quality manufacturing in rural India for industrial and automotive batteries through his company, the Amar Raja Group. Having envisaged and lived the dream of Make in India, Dr. Naidu has led his life on the 5 core values of innovation, excellence, entrepreneurship, experience, and responsibility. Dr. Naidu's efforts have ushered an enduring transformation in the local community, particularly the youth. We will now have a short video about him.
Dr. Galla Ramachandra Naidu with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Manufacturing. His pioneering effort in revolutionizing quality manufacturing in rural India for industrial and automotive batteries is exemplified by the creation of the Amar Raja Group. Amar Raja Group currently has $1.75 billion revenue and has created thousands of direct and indirect jobs and exports products to over 50 countries. He envisaged and lived the dream of making India well before it became mainstream thought for the nation. He has led his life on the 5 core values of innovation, excellence, entrepreneurship, experiences, and responsibility. His immense contribution goes beyond his role as a leading corporate leader. His efforts have ushered an enduring transformation in the local community and the people, particularly youth. He has made significant contributions to society and community through CSR activities focused on village development, skill development, rural youth development, education, and primary healthcare. He has received multiple awards and recognitions: Best Entrepreneur of the Year Award from EY, Udyog Ratna Award, Lifetime Achievement Award by IESA are just a few to name. By honoring Dr. Galla Ramachandra Naidu with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Manufacturing, ISF celebrates his efforts, achievements and contributions to nation building and society.
May we now request Dr. Galla Ramachandra Naidu Garu to share a few words, please.
Sadhguruji, my friend Jaya Chaudhary Garu, all distinguished guests on the stage here, and also our friends off the stage. It's my great privilege today, after so many years of experience in going through the starting of the industries in rural area, building up the employment in where the needs a job, we never had the opportunities earlier. And today, almost about 18,000 people we are employing completely, first time, majority of them into our factory from rural background, most of them agrarian culture. And today we are very proud and happy what we achieved. But still, I hope I will have some more things to go through. Now, through the foundation, we have been starting some of the activities connected to the rural area. After my retirement, I living in my village. Everybody says, how to do it? But I got more job now with all the rural, providing them the good access for the quality education, where it needs the preliminary, elementary, high school and higher secondary school, which give them a strong foundation to go forward into their life. And also skill development centers we are keeping. Those who have passed or dropped out from the high schools, government schools, whatever the schools are there. We prepare them to be good skilled worker. Any of the areas of the industry or construction or wherever they can go through that one, there is another contribution we like to give it to the skilled manpower to the country. And rural health is another area we are working on that one. Primary health center, primary health care where the rural people don't have the access, getting some of the outside doctors, giving some of the consultation to go through that one there. These are the most of the times I am concentrating. We will be hopefully give something, whatever the best service we can do. Thank you very much for this award and I really honored to take this award. Thank you.
The next award goes to Dr. Nageshwar Reddy for excellence in healthcare. As a recognized global authority and healthcare expert, Dr. Reddy has contributed greatly as a leading physician and international expert in the field of gastroenterology. Dr. Reddy has numerous orations, publications, and textbooks to his credit and has received numerous prestigious awards, including the Padma Bhushan and Padma Shri. We will now have a short video about Dr. Reddy.
Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Healthcare. His pioneering efforts have been instrumental in establishing a premier healthcare institute that is specifically focused on gastroenterology, thereby raising the standards for expert and quality healthcare at an affordable cost. He is a recognized global authority and healthcare expert and has received numerous prestigious awards. Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, Japanese Endoscopy Research Foundation Award, International Service Award from American Society of Gastroenterology, just to name a few. His immense contributions goes beyond his role as a leading physician and international expert in the field of gastroenterology. He has served as International Committee Board Member for OMED Standards of Practices and Guidelines, World Gastroenterology Organization, and many more. He has numerous national and international relations to his credit and has over 900 publications and authored 14 textbooks. By honoring Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Healthcare, ISF celebrates its efforts, achievements, and contributions to nation building and society.
May we please invite Dr. Reddy to share a few words.
Sadhguruji, J. Chaudhary Garu, and distinguished guests, when Ms. J. Chaudhary actually suggested that I should come for this award, I was a little puzzled. I didn't realize the magnitude of this festival itself. I'm so impressed with what's happening in this festival, I thought I must be a part of this in future also, because the quality of work and I think the thought behind this is extremely good. In fact, I'm honored and humbled by this award. There were two incidences that shaped my life. The first, when I finished my gastroenterology at the PGI Chandigarh and worked in Germany and came back, I started practice in Hyderabad. I had a huge practice. I was seeing 200 patients a day. I was making a lot of money, had problems with income tax and so on. So it looked like a very prosperous life. One day, 4 years since practice, my father called me. My father was a pathologist academician. He called me to the house and told me, scolded me that you're wasting your life. I said, why do you think? I've achieved everything. I've had a huge practice. I'm doing a lot of medicine for society. He said, no, that is not life. He said, have you built institutions? Have you looked after poor patients? Have you taught students? Have you done research? I looked back and realized I did nothing of that. I was just making money for myself. At that moment, I decided to change course and we started building this institution. So the small 2-room chamber that Ms. J. Chaudhary knows, we now have the world's largest gastroenterology hospital. It has, we see over 12 lakh patients a day, over a year, and of course treat thousands of them with complex gastrointestinal disease, attracting patients from all over the world. We have around 400 senior consultants, 200 junior doctors, about 5,600 staff. When I look back, I think this incident actually shaped my life. The second incident actually that shaped my life was when I was asked to be a part of the healthcare team for Puttaparthi Sai Baba. Sai Baba, even in his final days, when I was actually treating him, I could see the compassion in his face, the compassion in his eyes, the way he used to hold our hands. It was as if that he was guiding us and not we treating him. This compassion as the last part of his life was something that really touched me. We then decided that a part of our life should also be devoted to serving rural poor. 70% of our patients are in rural poor who can't get access, just not alone money-wise, even social access to what is happening in the cities. We then set up these large rural camps where we now have about 20,000 villages in Telangana area where we look after these rural patients free of cost, supported by several trusts. And what was also very enlightening to us in this is that something is happening here. Our government, all the local governments are doing a good job. Many of these villages now are being given good water supply, sanitation, infectious diseases have disappeared. We don't see diarrheal disease, but something else is happening, unfortunately. This something else is because of Western influences. All these villages are having the so-called ultra-processed foods, Western habits, and Western type of culture. And this is now giving rise to Western type of diseases. We have now one of the world's largest incidents of IBD, inflammatory bowel disease, which was not an Indian disease, never seen before, but now we are seeing such large numbers because of this westernization. Our mission has now become to reverse this. We should come back to our culture, come back to our root, even the eating pattern that we had before. If we come back to our natural circumstances, I'm sure we not only lose our old infective diseases, but we don't get this new Western disease. And this has become a mission for me now. Hopefully, with help from a lot of friends, we'll be able to achieve this. And we at the AIG hospitals are very committed to bringing this transformation. And I'm extremely grateful to Sadhguru for receiving this award from him and Mr. Jay Chowdhury for the opportunity to be here and witness all the good work that's being done by India Festival. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with all of us this evening. The next award goes to Dr. Raja Mohan Rao for Excellence in Telecom. Having established and grown JT Mobiles, an early entrant in the mobile telecommunications space, Dr. P. Raja Mohan Rao started the United Telecoms Group, which he expanded into a multifaceted organization covering telecom, electronics and communication, e-governance and software and power, with over 6,000 people employed over 25 countries. Dr. Rao has a zeal for research and development, which brought in self-sufficiency and has significantly reduced import dependency in the telecom sector. Big round of applause for Dr. Raja Mohan Rao for Excellence in Telecom. We will now have a short video about him.
Dr. P. Raja Mohan Rao with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Telecom. His pioneering effort have played a crucial role in not only establishing but also fostering the growth of the telecom sector in the country. He established and grew JT Mobile, an early entrant in the mobile telecommunications space. After JT Mobile acquisition, he started United Telecoms Group and grew it into a multifaceted organization covering telecom, electronics and communication, e-governance, software and power, and employing over 6,000 people across 25 countries. His immense contribution goes beyond his role as a leading entrepreneur and corporate leader. His zeal for R&D brought in self-sufficiency and significantly reduced import dependency in the telecom sector. He served as the president of the Telecom Equipment Manufacturers Association. By honoring Dr. P. Raja Mohan Rao with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Telecom, ISF celebrates his efforts, achievements and contributions to nation building and society.
May we request Dr. Raja Mohan Rao ji to share a few words, please.
So Sadhguru and Jay Chowdhury, my old friend for last 40 years, and Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, whose patient I am, and I've never seen a doctor like him in my life. My wife is a doctor. She did practice for about 25 years free, being a gynecologist, but that is nothing compared to what Dr. Nageshwar Reddy is doing. And you all, and if you go to his hospital, poor and rich are treated same way. And I was surprised when I went for a surgery. It didn't cost me nothing actually. So that is why I realized this is, in his hospital, it will be thousands of people who are there for treatment. So if any one of you have any gastro problem, related problems, I think you should visit their hospital, and they are the best in the world. This is confirmed to me by the leaders in their business. They said there is nothing like that in India. So I'm very proud, sir. You are my doctor. And about myself, I don't want to say much, but I came from a humble background like most of us are. I was born in a village near Vijayawada on the banks of Krishna River. So we had plenty of water. So if you dig 5 feet, you get water. So we had another problem. So when you have floods, not that kind of flood that you see in some other parts of India, but we have islands in the river, so everything gets submerged. And our village have fountains coming up, 15 feet, 20 feet fountains come up from the ground, and all the open wells will be flowing with water. So that is a bounty of water. But other parts of India don't have same problem. Then I went to Delhi to study. So I used to be at Prime Minister's house for some reason. Most of the time during my student days for 5 years, I found people were begging Mrs. Gandhi for a telephone connection. People used to say, मैडम जी मैं बाहर रहता हूँ, मेरा पिताजी का तबीयत नाजुक है, मैं बार बार नहीं आ सकूँगा, कृपया मेरे को एक टेलीफोन दिला दीजिए. So she used to hand over these papers, applications to her staff. And I've seen same problem with members of parliament. Their houses are flooded with people requesting for a phone. And I never knew that I was coming into telecom business after I got married. I shifted from Delhi to Bangalore. I always thank my wife for bringing me to Bangalore because this is the best place in the world to live. In India. Also one of the best places in the world to live. And I used to attend classes, summer classes of Sai Baba. And I still remember, I don't remember anything that I was taught in my school days, nor in my college days. But I always remember what Baba used to, tell us so many life experiences, and I still remember many of them. And I tell my children, my wife knows him when she was 5-year-old. So we are privileged, but I never met him personally. But I've heard him every summer, every day. So I thought in telecom, when I came to telecom business, we were having a license Raj. I'll take 3-4 minutes if it is okay. So I found we were an ancillary to ITI. ITI was the only company which made telecom equipments, and anybody, even government organizations like state government, cannot even think about telecom. So we were an ancillary to ITI. So we learnt our initial technology from ITI, because that time India had only, in 1982, India had only 3 million phone lines. Our family came into telecom business when India had just 1 million phone lines in 1961. The population at that time was 300 million, and in 1982 it became 750 million. And the phone population was just grown by 2 million in 20 years. So the result was there is no connectivity even for state capitals. So there is no phone system in the village or taluka level. So you have to book a trunk call. And people used to say, आज trunk call book किया है, पता नहीं कब आने वाला है, मैं तो इधर से हिलूंगा नहीं आज. So I hope some of you understand Hindi. I can translate otherwise. So those were the days. You have to wait for 10 years to get a telephone line. And they were all analog systems, very difficult. You needed an operator assistance. So then came our friend Sam Petroda. So without remembering two names, Rajiv Gandhi and Sam Petroda, telecom revolution would not have arrived at all. And around 4,000 engineers, young engineers, like many of you, have started working for CDOT with a lot of passion. So he introduced 5-day week, which was not known to India at that time. So the result was, you can do it, in American style used to say, you can do it, do it. So engineers never left in spite of the best salaries offered by many multinational companies. The passion was there. So we became a licensee in 90s of CDOT, and I bought ABB's telecom division and United Telecom from Vijay Mallya. Both were sick companies. I revived them. So the result is, the government had a budget of 400 crores. It can only buy 2 lakh lines a year, and the revenue surplus was less than 400 crores. So the main problem was that. So then we solved the problem by reducing the cost of telecom equipment by 90%. So we sold at 10% of international prices. We made India can also deliver with local technology and with companies like us. So every 4th telephone exchange installed in India was built by us, every third village having a telecom network was built by us, and we have actually defeated all the multinationals you can remember. We have been able to compete with all of them. Did we make a lot of money? No. Why? Because we thought we should transform the country's infrastructure rather than just making money. So the rural India got connected first. So you can imagine from a 20 STD stations we had in 1987-90, it has grown to, in 3 years, to 350,000 STD stations. That has transformed India because this 400 crores revenue surplus actually in fourth year became 40,000 crores. I have felt that excitement, and I have seen that excitement in my Department of Telecom. I was the only elected president of the Telecom Industry Association till today. And Rajiv Chandrasekhar used to be my vice president, and Sunil Mittal used to be my another vice president. So we became very, very popular because I was nicknamed as L1 Rao. Because every tender we quoted, we became L1. I told my staff, we are not working for money. I never took salary in last 40 years. I don't want to say this in public, but this is a fact. I never work for money. I don't have anything in my personal name. So we have done great service. I only thank my parents, my teachers, my colleagues. They are the ones who are responsible for achieving this. And in the COVID time, our organization worked day and night, called Trigen Technologies, and built CoWIN platform with all of you Indians, got vaccinated, still going on. We had done this with 400 people staying in different hotels in Delhi, elsewhere in the country, because we have done this kind of program in the past with the UNDP, etc. So in the healthcare, we have done some small contribution, and we are now bringing out what used to be banking industry used to suffer a lot without technology. Healthcare industry has same problem. We are trying to address that problem. I will work with J. Chaudhary and Nageshwar Reddy sir and others and make sure that we deliver similar value that we have delivered in telecom. So we also have, some of you are carrying 98450 series, and in Hyderabad 98490 series. You are all our customers. Thanks for continue to be our customers and support us. And we will support rural India. We will also support urban India. And last, we made a cost-effective phone. We were the first one to introduce a dual SIM phone. We sold for 700 rupees, Carbon Mobile. Some of you who love cricket probably know about this name very well. We are this year making 20 million phones for Jio. And we have a big factory in Tirupati now. We employ 3,000 people in that factory. Thank you very much.
The next award goes to Mr. Sivakumar Surampudi for excellence in agri-tech. Mr. Sivakumar is a thought leader whose pioneering effort in creating and involving the agri-tech sector in India has highlighted farmer empowerment and benefited millions of small farmers. His immense contribution, which has extended to national and international forums, has won him numerous awards and accolades. We will now have a short video about him.
Mr. Sivakumar Surampudi with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Agri-Tech. His pioneering effort in creating and evolving the agri-tech sector in India has helped in highlighting farmer empowerment and benefiting millions of small farmers. As a thought leader, he led the paradigm of fortune for the bottom of the pyramid and worked towards improving the earning potential for the rural populace in a sustainable manner. He was instrumental in envisioning and crafting the e-Chopal model and ushered in a positive revolution in agri-production, procurement and marketing. E-Chopal has won numerous awards and accolades. His immense contributions extend well beyond his corporate role, extending to national and international forums. He served as chairman of the World Economic Forum's Global Agenda Council on Social Innovation, board member of Indo-US Knowledge Initiative on Agriculture, member of UN Global Compact's Core Advisory Group, just to name a few. He was honored with the World Technology Award. By honoring Sivakumar Sirampadi with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Agritech, ISF celebrates his efforts, achievements and contributions to nation building and society.
May we please invite Mr. Sivakumar to share a few words.
Sadhguruji Pranam. Thank you, Jay, and all the stalwarts on the dais here and friends amongst you. Any award is humbling, but something to be called as a lifetime is even more humbling. And it's almost surreal that in the midst of all the stalwarts here and at the hands of Sadhguru, I received something already called as a Lifetime Achievement Award. And perhaps a time to reflect, in a sense probably a shorter story. The trigger was not far from here. About 300 kilometers from here, in a village near Kurnool, I was out to do my project work for National Service Scheme in the college in 1980, just to do a socio-economic survey of village, and that probably was the first time, in a sense, I walked and stared at poverty first hand, coming from an industrial township. And what hit straight is that despite working so hard, the farmers remained in poverty with a very simple equation that everything that they sell is sold at a wholesale price at the beginning of a very long chain. And anything that they buy as farm input is bought at a very high price at the end of another long chain. And in some sense that triggered a purpose for my own professional life. If I were to do something with my professional life, possibly it's reversing this equation. Is it possible to get farmers to buy things at wholesale and sell at equivalent of retail price? And years later, as technology evolved, telecom revolution that we just heard, and things of that sort really enabled, together with the enterprise strengths of ITC and with the e-Chopal project, it was possible for us to reverse this equation and the whole project goes from strength to strength, and today we are about 4 million farmers, and the near-term aspiration is to start at least 10 million farmers in terms of the rural areas that we serve and their families. Thank you very much. Certainly it's once again a very humbling experience. Thank you.
The next award goes to Mr. Vineet Rai for excellence in impact investment. As founder of the Avishkar Group, Mr. Vineet Rai has carved out the impact investment segment in India and has positively impacted the lives of millions of people in Asia and Africa through his entrepreneurship-based development approach. With the vision of We Exist to bridge the opportunity gap for the emerging 3 million, Mr. Rai's work is aligned with 13 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We will now have a short video about Mr. Vineet Rai.
Mr. Vineet Rai with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Impact Investment. His pioneering efforts have been instrumental in creating and establishing the impact investment segment in India. further enhancing its influence and positively impacting millions of people across Asia and Africa through his innovative, entrepreneurship-based development approach. Avishkar Group, founded by Vineet, works with the vision of We Exist to bridge the opportunity gap for the emerging 3 billion and is aligned with 13 out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Avishkar has won multiple awards and accolades under his leadership. His immense contribution goes beyond his role as a leading investor and finance professional. He currently serves on G20 Startup 20 Engagement Group Task Force on Sustainability and on Advisory Committee of Social Stock Exchange, SEBI. He has received numerous awards: TIE Hall of Fame, Impact Investor of the Year by News Corp, Porter Prize for Strategic Leadership in Social Space are just a few to name. We're honoring Vineet Rai with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Impact Investment. ISF celebrates his efforts, achievements, and contributions to nation building and society.
A few words from Mr. Vineet Rai, please.
Sadhguru, Mr. Chaudhary, I'm a little embarrassed, to be honest, to be on the stage along with every dignitary here. Lifetime Achievement Award is an award once in a lifetime, and Sadhguru, I expect to be around for much longer. My journey started especially on the area of impact investing 23 years back. In 2000, like most people, I had seen some poverty, but I got introduced to extreme poverty in the forest of Odisha. And it appeared to me that a question like, can poor become rich, looked very naive, but a very genuine question. It also appeared to me that to become rich, you need to be an entrepreneur. I came from a middle-class family. My father was a government servant. Nobody in the 300 years of history that I could trace in my family had ever been an entrepreneur or a businessman. So it seemed like that if you can actually convince entrepreneurs to create jobs and livelihoods for poor or reduce risk and vulnerabilities in their life, you might be able to make a difference. And one thing I realized that there are enough entrepreneurs who had the willingness and desire to bring about a change in the life of the people, but in absence of capital, money, it was impossible for them to go in this hard, very difficult and long-term journey. And I decided to become the guy who will collect the capital. My problem is I'm a forester by training. And while it is a problem, it's also an advantage. I did not know how difficult it is to manage finance, to raise capital, to convince capital to leave the idea of greed and to look at sustainability. It's been a long journey. We have come some distance over the last 20 years. Today we manage more than 10,000 crores. But more importantly, we have invested in 75 startups. Some of them have gone ahead and impacted millions of lives. It is not our credit, it is their credit. They are the ones who are impacting lives. But we are committed to take this idea of building ecosystems, making impact beyond Indian shores. And so we made small initiatives in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, now in East Africa. It seems like over the next 10 years, we took a belief that we can take this 10,000 crores to a lakh of crores, and then align ourselves to Sustainable Development Goals. And I actually just wanted to bring everybody to what Sustainable Development Goals stand for. In 2015, 193 countries of the world signed an accord to imagine a world that never existed before. A world without hunger, without poverty, without inequity. Now this is a word that Homo sapiens, since they started walking straight, have not seen. And for us, those who are sitting in the audience, have the capability, both in terms of ideas, entrepreneurial capabilities, and capital, to bring that change. And we want to be that catalyst that allows the world to achieve that goal. Maybe by 2030, and if not, continue to follow this approach and reach that stage where nobody sleeps hungry and nobody is malnourished. Thank you so much for recognizing me.
The next award goes to Dr. Kazuhiro Chiba for excellence in agrochemistry. As a leading academician and researcher, Dr. Dr. Chiba's research in organic chemistry and synthetic methods for peptide pharmaceutical raw materials has been groundbreaking. His peptide synthesis methods have led to the development of peptide-based diabetes drugs, amongst other products. Dr. Chiba is president of the Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology and is also a cooperative member of the Science Council of Japan. He has numerous publications to his name and has received many awards in recognition for his pioneering work. We will now have a short video about Dr. Chiba.
Dr. Kazuhiro Shiba with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Agrochemistry. His pioneering efforts in the realm of agrochemistry are highly noteworthy. His research in organic chemistry, particularly in developing synthetic methods for peptide pharmaceutical raw materials, has left an indelible mark. Notably, the peptide synthesis techniques pioneered by him have been pivotal in the creation of peptide-based diabetes drugs and other products. He has numerous publications to his name. His immense contribution goes beyond his role as a leading academician and researcher. Apart from being the president of Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, he serves as the program director of Moonshot Research and Development Project and is corporate member of the Science Council of Japan. He has received numerous awards, including the Manuel M. Baser Award. By honoring Dr. Kazuhiro Shiba with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in Agrochemistry, ISF celebrates his efforts, achievements, and contributions to nation building and society.
May we kindly request Dr. Chiba to say a few words, please.
I'd like to express my sincere thanks to Swami and executive authorities. I'm feeling so happy, and this is a real honor for me. It was about 20 years ago, so I found some very small reaction, and based on the reaction, I had a dream. So if it were, it become a very great medicine. Yeah, I'm so happy. Then, so I founded a startup company about 18 years ago. The road was very tough, but last June, my method was accepted in the very big medicinal company for diabetes production. The market size is a very, very big one. So it's called Blockbuster. So, but the experience was so tough. But I decided to change my experience to education. For example, I had a very nice connection with Stanford University and Stanford Research Institute. It's an old name of the institute name, but already I sent 300 students to the institute. It was a very, very nice experience, not for me, but succeeding our student. I think that kind of innovation leader education is very important. And what is an innovation leader education? The most key point is, of course, technology. The technique of innovation is very important, but I think the meeting, coincidental meeting of the best ones. I met several good people in the last 20 years. And today and the last day, I also had a great chance to expand my friend from India and Australia and several countries. So my feeling, my impression, this startup festival is so successful. I think not only me, but all of the audience. So thank you for giving me and them for such a nice opportunity. Thank you very much again.
And our final award this evening goes to Mr. Sri Atluri for Excellence in FinTech. Mr. Atluri is a globally recognized authority in change management, quality management and compliance in the banking, financial services and insurance sector. As a corporate leader, he has served in various roles across multiple organizations such as the New York Exchange, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America Merrill Lynch, amongst others. We will now have a short video about him.
Mr. Sri Atluri with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in FinTech. His pioneering efforts in the fields of technology, quality, legal and compliance within the fintech domain stand as a testament to his remarkable contributions. He has not only spearheaded but also nurtured a robust engineering-first culture and quality-first culture across the organizations he has been involved with, consequently facilitating the expansion of global delivery capabilities. He is internationally recognized as an authority in change management, quality assurance and compliance within the BFSI sector. His immense contribution as a corporate leader is reflected through his service in various roles across multiple organizations. He is currently serving as Managing Director, Global Head of Enterprise Quality Engineering with BNY Mellon. He has earlier held leadership roles at New York Stock Exchange, JP Morgan Chase & Co., Bank of America Merrill Lynch, BNP Paribas and Morgan Stanley. By honoring Sri Atluri with the Lifetime Achievement Award for Excellence in FinTech, ISF celebrates his efforts, achievements and contributions to nation building and society.
May we invite Mr. Atluri to share a few words.
Thank you, Sadhguruji. Thank you, Jaya Garu. It's an honor and I'm humbled to be here. For the last couple of days, what I'm experiencing is positivity. And what I'm seeing is humbleness in everyone that I actually get to meet so far. And this is the place where Mokshagundam Vishweshwaraya Garu is from. And what I heard, what I used to read when I was a kid was, if your business is to sweep, sweep in the best possible way that none can excel you in the world. And in fact, I do that. I do that religiously. And anything that you do with your heart. Anything you do, you must have a purpose. And there is nothing, there is no agenda-driven approach. That giving back is part and parcel of our DNA. And in fact, I do that. And Jaya Garu, you are my role model. I actually work for a financial firm. Again, you know how we all think. Money matters, but at the same time, humanity and the way we work as human beings and touching hearts and lives do matter. And a couple of years ago, exactly about 3 years ago, I started to get autistic people get engaged into technology. And I started as a pilot, getting about 5 people, ran a pilot for 6 months. And the results were phenomenal, and they showed 10x results. And now we have in our firm more than 50 autistic people who are on the spectrum working for us. And it's not an accident. We truly believe in doing it. We wanted to do that religiously. And again, I run quality engineering. That's not traditional testing. It's a future readiness. And there are brothers and sisters across the world. They really need future readiness and they need the path. For that reason, I spoke to J.A. Chaudhary Garu, and I'm going to start a foundation called Quality Engineering Foundation to really find people across the world to give back and to support and really show them the path. Thank you very much for the honor, and thank you very much for everything.
Thank you very much, sir. This evening, we have a special memorandum of exchange between the Give Life Foundation and the Sri Madhusudan Sai Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. May we invite on stage Dr. Bart Fisher from the Give Life Foundation and Dr. A.R. Raghupati, Medical Director, Sri Sathya Sai University for Human Excellence. Please go. This memorandum of understanding will assist India with its efforts to expand the size of bone marrow transplant registries in India all across the country.
We will also have the MOU exchange between the India Startup Foundation and the Atal Incubation Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. May we please invite Mr. Ramji Palela, Chief Operating Officer of AIC CCMB, and Mr. J.A. Chowdhury. The MOU aims to support creation of a collaborative ecosystem for startup development.
On behalf of all of us, we pray to Sadhguru to deliver his benedictory message.
It is said in Bhagavad Gita, Yadyada charati shreshtaha tattad deve taro janah sayat pramanam kurute lokas tadanuvartate. Which means, as the noble ones set an example for the others to follow, that is how the remaining society follows them. And whatever they do, that is what the society does later. So it is upon the noble ones to be exemplars in their own field of work, to create right kind of example and ideal for the rest of the society follow. And today we are very happy to celebrate so many people who have excelled in their fields, who have set an example for the next generation of entrepreneurs, business leaders, industry leaders to follow. And what a wonderful range of stalwarts, from fintech to pharmacological research to telecom revolution to storage, energy of storage, to on this side I find it difficult to pronounce, gastroenterology, so Reddy Garu, and in agricultural revolution, and we have people from impact investment. And look at it, of course, the end of the spectrum is Nasimurthy Garu. He has an education revolution, his rural education revolution. And revolution is in the blood of Mr. J.A. Chowdhury. He is a revolutionary of his own kind, and he has brought about this great revolution in startup ecosystem, a thinking of a different kind. And I have been always telling him that what you are doing is amazing, because you are setting a new ideal, new standard, a new framework for startups to build themselves in a way that they become ideal examples for all the world to follow. And as he and I discussed, it's not about valuations, it's about value creation. And that is what, when I was listening to Mr. Rajaram, he was telling, he hasn't made any money, but he has brought about a transformation in the entire country. Yes, we have seen that India a couple of decades ago, when we could not connect to our people, even in emergency. But today, telecommunication is on our fingertips. More than probably maybe a billion, 1.2 billion people are using telecommunication technology today. So also,
battery storage, so also agricultural revolution, so also healthcare revolution, research, innovation, impact investments. Every of these ideas have revolutionized the way societies are today. And that is what is needed for the next generation to learn. So we are very happy that Jay Garu has recognized and he found them all to be celebrated on this platform. And don't worry about the lifetime part of it, Mr. Rai. The idea is that you have done so much of work that it sounds like you have had 3-4 lifetimes so far. So this is for the work and not for your age. And definitely what you've achieved that cannot be achieved in one lifetime, and that's why we think it's important that it is recognized and an example is set for others. But also Bhagavan Shri Krishna says in the same chapter of Bhagavad Gita that Name partasti kartavyam trishu lokeshu kinchana na avaptamya na avaptavyam vartayevacha karmani. I have nothing to achieve in all the 3 worlds, Bhagavan says, because there is nothing that I have not achieved and there is nothing that I need to achieve. Yet I act, yet I work. For what sake? For the sake of setting the right kind of example in the society. And that kind of selfless startup ecosystem is what I was talking about. Why should a startup happen? Yes, to solve a societal problem. Yes, to solve it in an affordable, accessible, in an acceptable way, in a sustainable way. But more importantly, it should have this component of selflessness in it, that we are doing it because the idea, the purpose is far greater than profits and everything else that follows thereafter. And if you have a purpose, you'll never get tired. You'll never feel bored. And Khalil Gibran says, all work is love made visible. When you love what you do, you are never tired of it. You never get bored. You don't need a weekend off. You don't need a holiday. You don't need to take a break because your work itself is your relaxation. You love it so much. So I think learning to love what we have got to do and finding what we love to do is very key in doing anything in life, including starting a company and making it big and making it transformative. Today we have also thought about the bottom of the pyramid. A lot of innovation chases the top 10% customer base, which is capable of paying for it. Very little innovation chases the second tier of consumers, which are picky and choosy, and hardly an innovation happens at the bottom of the pyramid. But here are some examples who have innovated at the bottom of the pyramid also and revolutionized the way we talk, walk, eat, we communicate, we travel, and everything else that we do today is because of contributions of people like these who have selflessly worked towards a greater purpose and not just making a big business or making a unicorn or a billion-dollar enterprise, but with a greater purpose. And that is the idea. At our institution, I keep telling our children, find the purpose of your life. And once you find that purpose and you align all your energies towards it, you will become very powerful. You will have the energy of God with you to execute what you have set out to execute. Find the right kind of purpose and do some soul searching. Don't simply follow people like a sheep. Be a lion in your own might. And that is how you find the purpose. That is how you find the power to execute that purpose. Take an idea. As it is said, nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. And I think take that idea, as Swami Vivekananda says, and make it your everything. Live, breathe, eat, talk, sleep that idea. And give your everything to that idea, and that idea will happen sooner or later, because the universe conspires to help those who know what they want to do. And when that happens, you see magic happening. 10 years ago, when these institutions kind of started in a big way, expanding its footprint in rural geographies, education, healthcare, today we have, within 10 years, 30 campuses, a university, 15 hospitals, a medical college, all that is serving the society for free. When we began this journey, people said, this is very audacious, this is impossible, this is not doable. You can build a small school and run it in a rural campus, that's okay. A university which gives free education to the rural poor, a medical college that is going to give free education to everybody, a super specialty hospital that doesn't charge a rupee to anyone, pediatric cardiac care hospitals that do not have cash counters and billing counters, impossible, they said. And of course, the largest morning nutrition program in the country, they said all this is not possible, but all that has happened only because of the selflessness at the base of it. So yes, have an idea, solve a problem, build $1 billion enterprise, but build it on the foundation of doing selfless good for everyone's sake. And that is spirituality, that is the Indian way of life. When we thought of everybody's happiness, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramaya, we thought of everyone's welfare, not just our own. So this startup festival should set this kind of example in front of the world. And we just were having a round table with a lot of diplomats from over 10 countries. And this is what was being discussed, that how Indian startup ecosystem can give them the right kind of framework for the rest of the world. It can be an influencer in the way businesses are done, and I think it's our time to show them how it is done. And this is your responsibility to do it. The stalwarts like Jay Chaudhary Garu are there to mentor you. So many of them are there to mentor you. But be true to yourself, be honest, be selfless, and prosperity, as Bhagavan says, Yatra Yogishwara Krishna, Yatra Parto Dhanurdharaha, Tatra Shri Vijayabhuti Dvaniti Matirmama. Where there is Sri Krishna, in the sense divinity, that is blessing you. And where there is Arjuna, the duty-bound Arjuna who is willing to do his part, that's where Shri Vijayabhuti, that's where prosperity happens, success happens, that's where fame happens, because these two have come together. A selfless idea is blessed by the divine, and our efforts, human efforts, when they come together, anything and everything can be achieved. These are the examples on the stage, and I'm sure many more examples are there down below the stage who are in the making. I wish you all the very best. And again, I want to say that the kind of work they have done, it takes lifetimes to do it, but they have squeezed many lifetimes in a little lifetime of their own because of their selflessness, and they only work 26 hours a day. And that's the magic, or that's the secret of it, I think, because they live, breathe, eat, talk, walk, think. They live with that idea, they do everything with the idea, and that's how they're done. We are so grateful for all of you to have come here, received this award. I'm sure this will inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs, and we look forward to your patronage for all of them and your blessings, so that they also continue to do good to the country and the world at large, especially good to those who are left behind, the bottom of the pyramid, as I always tell. You do good, more good to them. With that idea, I think Jay Chaudhary Garu, that's it. We'll conclude this evening session, and maybe you can say a word of thanks to everyone.
Pranam Swamiji. Your blessings always inspires us, motivates us to do more. And all the luminaries sitting here, they are the role models for all the startup companies who wants to build your companies. These are the role models. They are not doing the business only for money, and every one of them in their videos, whatever you have noticed, bottom line is serving the people, serving the society. And I know when I used to go to Nageshwar Reddy Garu, morning he comes at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock to the hospital. I don't know what time he goes back to home. Almost 20, as you were telling, he's working 26 hours a day in the hospital serving the people. In fact, I am also his patient. I've seen many times, sir, many people, they do the endoscopy and all that to diagnose the problem. He never used endoscopy at all, and only with the stethoscope he says, yes, you have got this problem, he gives one medicine, that's it. And that's the kind of doctor India has produced. And all of them are like that in their own rights. They have produced miracles, and it is possible. I think this is the lesson. All the entrepreneurs sitting here, all the people who are mentors, please mentor your startup companies to become like them. They are our role models. Sir, thank you very much for all of you. In spite of your busy schedules, you're able to come and receive the award from Swamiji and India Startup Festival. And only one request to all of you: whenever India Startup Festival comes to you, because we come to you to help some of the poorest startups who do not have much money, who do not have much contacts. We only bring such people, and they are going to solve many problems in the rural India. So my only request, whenever we come to you, give us some time to our startups. That is the only request. Why I am asking all of you, because without your help, without your contacts, without your blessings, I don't think they will be able to solve the rural problems in India. Because urban problems, a lot of people have made tons of money. I don't think I also have started 2 startups. It is very easy for me to, both the startups, one got listed in NASDAQ and we sold it to NVIDIA for $357 million. Other tech company also got acquired by NSE, National Stock Exchange. But when I started a startup company in agriculture area, and I'm a miserable failure. I could not do anything in spite of my putting all the money, 500 acres, and I am a total failure as a agripreneur. Now I know what are the difficulties to solve the problems in the rural area. That's where I need all of your help. You have to, I know you're all busy people, but give some time so that our startups, we are going to find some startups who are going to find solutions, but your time, your blessings to them, your guidance to them will be very, very useful. With that request, I thank Swamiji for blessing the India Startup Festival. He's going to the greater heights, and we are going to help many startups, thousands of startups who are going to follow your methodology, follow your selfless way of serving the public, serving the poorest of the poor. With this, I want to thank all of you for gracing the event. Thank you, Swamiji.
Thank you, sir. And offering our collective gratitude to Sadhguru, we request all the dignitaries to come onto the stage for a group photograph, please. With this, we conclude Day 2 of the India Startup Festival 2023. Thank you all once again.
request all of you to please join us for dinner at the dinner place opposite to the admin block. All the exhibitors and participants, please feel free to have dinner to my right of the hall. Thank you and good night. See you all tomorrow.